We've got our karakia up there.
Okay. 7, 8, 9.
And look, it is 10 o'clock, but it is. I've been told that it's better that we have 11 in the room. We do have councillors online, but we will wait for 11. Yeah, we will wait for 11 in the room before we start. So just talk amongst yourselves for 10 seconds. That'll be great.
Sorry. I've just plucked his ear.
Morena koutou. I'll start off with the karakia, and then I just wanted to acknowledge New Zealand Sign Language Day, as well as Rotuman Week, Language Week, and then we'll get into our agenda after His Worship the Mayor says a few words about some of our community who have passed. So, i noi tātou, kia hora te marino, kia whakapapa paunamu te moana, hei huarahi ma tātou i te rangi nei, aroha atu, aroha mai, tātou i a tātou katoa, hui e, tae ki e. May peace be widespread, may the sea be like greenstone, a pathway for us all this day. Let us show respect for each other, for one another, bind us all together. Amen. So in regards to sign language, firstly, and apparently it'll have to be animated, not that I am anyway, but it has to be animated. So I'm going to start. And noa ia e Māori, that's Rotuman for hello. And I just wanted to sort of say, with the sign language, it was good morning. My name is Alf, and I am the slimmest of all the councillors. So look, I'm just going to hand it over to His Worship the Mayor in regards to some people of our community who have passed. Tēnā koe te rangatira.
Kia ora, Alf, and tēnā koutou katoa. I want to briefly acknowledge two quite special people who have passed away in recent times, and to pay tribute to each of them for the amazing contribution that they have made to Tamaki Makaurau. The first is a lady called Jackie Shatlanar. Jackie and her husband Pierre migrated to New Zealand in the early 1950s, and they moved to the Kaipara and farmed a very large property, 843 hectares of land. But they had a vision as New Zealanders that they wanted to give something back to this country, and they donated this property 845 hectares of farmland, which is now the Atu Regional Park. They had a vision for the land that they were farming, and the council's role since 2008 has been to seek to realise that vision by native tree planting, by pest management. Houses on the property have been made available for Aucklanders to book and stay in. There is also a campground, and we've held festivals there, such as the Earthbeat Festival. But to come to this country with the determination that you were going to give this to the country of your adoption, I think is a very special thing to have been done. So today, we pay tribute both to Jackie, who recently passed away, but also to her late husband, Pierre, for their vision, for their contribution, for their service to our city. The second person that I want to pay tribute to is known to many of us. His name is Brian Corbin. And Brian was part of that pioneering West Auckland family, the Corbin family, from Lebanon originally, that developed the wine industry in that area, and that have made an incredible contribution both to the West but also to the community and to New Zealand. Brian did a huge number of things. He'll be known to us most recently as the chair of Kiwi Rail, and he had an incredible passion for regenerating rail in New Zealand. And, you know, I noted as we launched the tunnel boring machine on Friday that at the previous launch of that machine, Brian had been there in the audience, and so proud of what was happening in his city in terms of the development of rail. In the past, he's also chaired Genesis Energy. He chaired Radio New Zealand. He, in the West, was chair of the West Auckland Trust Services and the Corbin Estates Arts Centre. And the Corbin Estate is, I think, one of the memorials to him and the Corbin family. And he was also really passionate about his role on the advisory board of the Melanesian Mission Trust, and I worked with him as Minister of Foreign Affairs on what the Melanesian Mission, well known to those in Ōrākei, of course, what they were able to contribute back to the Melanesian countries, in particular the Solomon Islands and Papua New Guinea. Brian was an incredible character, and those of us that attended his funeral, and Councillors Cooper and Dalton acknowledging in particular that were there, heard wonderful tributes from his two children, his two surviving children. And if you ever wanted a greater tribute than what his children gave to him, it would be hard to imagine what could be said. But a very decent person, a person of integrity, and a person committed to making this city a better place. So we are the poorer for the passing of both of those individuals. Nā mate, haere, haere, haere atu rā, moi mai, moi mai, moi mai. And I wonder, Mr. Chair, if we can just have a minute's stand in silence in remembrance of these two great people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship. Look, I just want to acknowledge everybody's here. Councillors, Independent Māori Statutory Board, members of the public, advisory panels, our staff, those behind and also in front. I especially want to acknowledge and our three ladies on my right who are here helping with this. So look, we'll get into our agenda. Apologies, I've got apologies for non-attendance, and that's from Councillor Bartley, but also lateness apology from Councillor Henderson. Are there any further apologies also for Matua Muk? Yeah, an apology for Matua. Yeah, Are there any further apologies? If not, I will move it. Second is Councillor Young. I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. I then go through to the next one, which is electronic attendance. I have Councillors Fletcher, Newman, Collins and Sayers online. So I'm going to move that they attend this particular meeting. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Simpson. I'll put that recommendation. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Declaration of interest. There's none. Confirmation of minutes. I will move the confirmation of minutes. If I could have a seconder, Councillor Casey. Councillor Casey, I'll put that recommendation. All those in favour? Against? Carried. We'll then move into our next item, which is petitions. There are none. Public input. There are none. Local board. There are none. Extraordinary items. There are none. We now go into, I think, the bones and the meat of our how would I put it? I think I would put it as in our connectiveness with our community through our advisory panels. This is so important to the councillors, Independent Māori Statutory Board, that we have our advisory panels. So, Councillor Casey, if you want to move this particular item, and then I'll get Councillor, the Deputy Mayor, to second. And just to put it on the table, welcome Councillor Henderson. I'm going to get Councillor Casey to open up. Firstly, she is the overlord for the advisory panels. I will then get Carol to speak when we end up going through the presentation, so then everybody is clear on the process for our advisory panels. I will get each of our advisory panels to come through to give us what they want to give us, and then I will ask the liaison councillor to speak, and then we'll get into our pātai and kōrero. Okay, so look, Councillor Overlord, all yours.
Thanks, Alfie. This is a big day in the life of the panels because they present to the committee, or the governing body and mayor, their work programme for the remainder of the term. And it's great. It's a big day because what we see is what your community wants through you. And just before I talk about that in particular, I just wanted to say thank you to Carol and to the staff and liaison councillors who've made this happen. It's a concerted effort. The panels have worked really, really hard. You've already heard from them on the recovery budget. They've been feeding back on the RLTP, the Regional Land Transport Plan, and any number of our asks. We ask a lot of the panels, and it's that I want to address first off, because in recent weeks and months, I've heard councillors ask that the panels work with local boards. Indeed, the panels would like to work with local boards, but I'd like to say right now that the panels are a creature of the governing body, and we must not allow them to be overworked. We are providing more than enough work for them. They also have their work plan, which they are sharing today with us. In other words, how can their communities find a voice? What can we do that will further promote the visibility of those communities? So it was just to say that it's no slight on the local boards. You know, you would love our panels. They would love to work with you, but actually, no, it's not going to happen this time around. So I'll take full responsibility for that. I think the panels have done an amazing job today. I'm looking forward to you sharing your work programmes with us today. And over to you, Alfie.
Kia ora, Councillor. And so, Carol, I'm going to hand it to you to introduce the team to your right. Kia ora.
Kia ora, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on what the panels have been doing since their inaugural meeting in August last year. As a consequence of COVID-19, we've needed to work a little differently this year. Like many of the council committees, we've used technology more with some online meetings and webinars to complement the face-to-face activities. We've established 3 cross-panel working groups to help us have more in-depth conversations about key areas of common interest. These have been on climate change, elections and thriving communities. The co-chairs have also valued the opportunity to be able to engage with the Mayor, with governing body members and the executive leadership team at various points over the last 8 months. Over the last few months, the panels have carried out elections to select their co-chairs for the remainder of the term, while the Mayor identified interim co-chairs at the start of the term to give them a chance to get to know each other. We felt it was important that the panels were able to confirm or select their own. You'll meet those co-chairs today. And the main reason we're here today is because the panels are required to develop a work programme and set a strategic agenda for their term, which we'd like your endorsement on. In line with their terms of reference, these should focus on regional policies, plans and strategies. With the later start and our reduced meeting frequency, it's really important for us to have a clear focus so that the panels can have an impact over the remainder of their term. I'd like to thank the panels and the support staff for their hard work to develop these work programmes. And we'll start with our Youth Advisory Panel and would like to introduce you to the team. So you have our co-chairs, Morali Magasan and Chris Bolzat, and our Deputy Lead Officer, Morgan Borthwick. Over to you.
So just before you start, there's their microphone, and on the right-hand side is the talk button. And when you finish speaking, if you could turn that off, and then, we'll just go through from that. Kia ora.
All right. Inga mana, inga reo, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for having us this morning. As was previously mentioned, my name is Murali Krishna Magesan. I'm joined here today with Chris Balza. We are both the co-chairs of the Youth Advisory Panel to Auckland Council, and today we'll be going over some of the key areas we have found that are priority for our young people that need addressing. The 4 key areas that have been identified with the wider Youth Advisory Panel include youth mental health, youth employability, cost of living, youth homelessness, and climate justice. It is to be noted, our Māori and Pacifica well-being will also be considered in our mahi, and as expected, there will be a COVID-19 recovery lens across these priorities as well. I hand it over to Chris to touch on the priorities.
Thank you for that introduction, Morelli. To begin, we'll start off with youth mental health. We know that youth mental health is an ongoing struggle for youth, especially through current and lived experience. This is one of the largest current health epidemics in our young people today. Studies conducted in New Zealand show that young people aged 18 to 24 show high rates of mental distress. Further to this, our Māori, Pacifica and LGBT communities within the youth are also more likely to face mental distress through that, especially from COVID-19. The youth mental health struggles become exacerbated in already vulnerable communities, so it is an absolute priority for the panel to ensure easy access to affordable mental health care within Auckland. The lack of easy access is currently a huge barrier for many young people. There are many great community providers, but it is difficult to find these for many young people and to connect with them in terms of a long-term mental health outcome. It is continually difficult to get the support for young people in need. Because mental health affects our rangatahi so disproportionately, we want to ensure that Council understands that this needs to be a continued priority. Moving on to youth employability, this is one of the key issues that youth are faced with, especially as we are currently in a recovery phase of a global pandemic. Lots of university students and other tertiary level students are concerned that they will not have the opportunity for internships and graduate roles due to these being slimmed down and having less available for a more full student base. It is a priority for the Youth Advisory Panel to see Council understand where the opportunities are in this job market and ensuring that these are advertised to youth to show where there is an actual potential for employability. We would be interested in looking to the Auckland Unlimited created tool for matching rangatahi from tourism and hospitality courses to matching them to job opportunities in that sector to a wider graduate base and expanding to different employees and industries to help support that transition during the COVID-19 recovery phase. I'll now hand back over to Morelli for the other 2.
So, cost of living and youth homelessness. This continues to be a prevalent issue within Auckland, with rangatahi under the age of 18 not being able to receive the required or relevant help from some community-based organisations. We want to ensure this becomes a higher priority for teams within Auckland Council to develop better ways and strategies to ensure our young people and young families don't end up not having a home to go to. Provide an even spread of new developments and property allocations so as to not gentrify neighborhoods, creating further disruption to communities and families. It is important to us and youth networks that the transport remains at its current pricing or becomes better. And it's not only accessible, but also reliable to our young people living in our city to reduce our need for cars. The first 3 points that were touched on are what are currently affecting youth, what they see on a day-to-day basis. Oftentimes they are consumed with that. But it was observed that young people who took responsibility for their communities, their neighborhoods or their organizations, basically our young leaders, their vision looked longer term. And as far as observations have shown, they all put importance not just on climate change, but on climate justice. Whether we like it or not, our young people of today are the ones who will be living in that future. And if we do not prepare and attend to it now, we will be setting ourselves up for hardship and challenges that could have been completely avoidable. The 2020 to 2022 Auckland Youth Council Advisory Panel would like to emphasize the importance of pushing boundaries on climate action in Tamaki Makaurau and ensuring this action has a deeper meaning within Auckland Council, particularly to have positive change on our more vulnerable communities. Climate justice is important to our panel as it ensures that our most vulnerable communities are being prioritized and the positive impact to governance and engagement with affected communities occurs. We hope to see that Council truly engages with community organizations to create and enact this change in the climate sector to ultimately future-proof our city to those most affected. And finally, to ensure Council understands that climate change is one of the cornerstones of our rangatahi's future and that we need to have just decisions made that will allow us to thrive later in life. I'll hand it back over to Chris.
As a panel, we have also been looking at the idea of adding one big program to our agenda for the rest of the term. We would like this project to connect with at least one of our priority areas. Some ideas for how we can achieve this is through a potential event/forum, a digital event, or an engagement activity. We are still yet to finalize what this will look like and what priority area this will focus on, but this will be addressed at our next workshop. To conclude, we not only want to reflect on our 3 key priority areas of what our youth need, but also on the one that what our youth will need in the future. It is important to us that we will try to start enacting change within these priority areas and hope to change some conversations within Council so that we will see these changes, if not in our term, in our futures. I would like to leave you with a final sentiment. Council needs to ensure that policy surrounding youth is forward-thinking, youth continue to grow older and will become part of the rest of the population. If our issues are being addressed when our people are youth, these will hopefully not follow them into their adult life, creating a more livable city and ensuring that all of its citizens are thriving. Thank you. Kia ora.
That was short and sweet, thank you. Which is awesome. But before I go to Councillor Henderson, who is the Councillor Liaison, I'm going to go to you, Morgan, if there's anything you wish to add, and then I will open it up. But just to say thank you for the presentation and for your work. So Morgan, is there anything? Sweet, all yours.
Kia ora, Chair. I'll try to keep it short and sweet as well. I think the purpose of this presentation and presenting the strategic work programs is just to kind of give you an idea of where our priorities are, and that when people come to you as a committee or as council, you think of the Youth Advisory Panel and send them to talk to us as well. Because while we're out there engaging with the community, you guys are getting a lot of people in to talk to you as well, and I think highlighting the priority areas will give you an idea of where our focus is for the remainder of this term. Thank you.
Tapai. Councillor Henderson, as the youngest apparently now.
Thanks, Matua. I don't have a question. I've got a comment though. Is that all right? Yeah, thanks, mate. Look, firstly, thanks for all your hard work. It's a lot of hard work, and thanks for the support officers as well for your hard work too. And it's my privilege to be involved with this great group. You know, just a few thoughts on this. In a lot of cases, these are the sort of problems that we actually associate with adulthood. That's the sad thing for me. There's this myth that still goes around sometimes of like an idyllic youth life, you know, student life, parties all the time, having fun, kicking a ball around in the park. You know, but it's striking that these youth issues that are a crisis today are homes and jobs and mental health, and through it all, climate change that will affect all of those things and more. You know, to take employment as an example, I wasn't 18 that long ago, thanks Matua. When I was 18, self-checkout machines didn't exist. And so we'd rock up to the supermarket or the warehouse or something, and retail jobs in the checkout were like a rite of passage. And it's something that myself and all of my friends had. One generation on, those jobs don't exist anymore. So we've got to find more jobs for our young people. And when getting money is actually harder than ever, housing is more expensive than ever as well. And that's hard. So no wonder there are mental health issues among our younger people. But aside from the doom and gloom, I just want to thank you and salute you guys, the Youth Advisory Panel. Colleagues, these are great examples here of a great generation of people. They are brilliant, they are hardworking. I would say they're not just future leaders, they're actually current leaders, and something that we should be listening to as a city. They should give us hope, and they should be leading the conversations that we need as communities in Auckland. And I want to salute you again and thank you.
Kia ora, matua, ngā mihi. Matua kake.
Kia ora tātou, tuatai he tautoko ngā mihi atu ki a koutou i ngā rangatahi ko koutou ai. E tautoko ngā mihi o tātene Councillor Henderson ki a koutou. You know, I totally agree, bro. You fellas are the leaders of today, actually, and we should listen with two ears and speak with just one mouth. That's the proportion, right? But just to acknowledge your presence here today, but also when I see you there, I also see Jacqueline Paul, who was a Papakura Youth Council representative of former years, who's doing amazing stuff over in the UK at the moment at Cambridge University. So, you know, and that was just started through these kind of panels that inspired and gave someone you know, that inspiration to go and say, you know, again, our youth leaders are around the world now, so acknowledge the potential that these things have. So I want to acknowledge that. Also, wanted to, I'm in a discussion later on this afternoon with the DHB around vaccinations, and I wanted to kind of get how can we get our young people, when the rollout of the vaccinations, the COVID-19 vaccinations comes out later on for our young people, that's just about to happen, how do we get the message across? How do we get the opportunity to get the 5 million vaccinated, in particular our rangatahi, and whether there's a role there? I want to get your eyebrow nod or no as to whether there's a pitch that we should be focusing on for our rangatahi across Tāmaki Makaurau, and whether we do that in partnership with youth councils. I'm not saying this should be your priority, but it's kind of one of the key priorities for the country right now. I don't want our rangatahi to have or miss out, basically. That's my question to you. It's a quick signal of help.
The first thing that comes to my mind is where are they located? Most are in schools or tertiary education, and all of those ones are sort of covered. Where the other youth who might fall through the cracks or not easily accessible, it's where are they connecting? Oftentimes social media, in their social groups and all of that. And I know Auckland Council does targeted advertising, like I receive it on social media and stuff, so it's not that it cannot be done. And particularly whatever youth platforms that have recently come about, TikTok, etc. Like I'm sure you can advertise on there as well, so it's possible.
Supplementary question. I think the question is more, you know, so that we get it right. Can you be involved?
I think it makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, just the opportunity to get it right, I think, is right before us. And again, I want to listen to those, you know, TikTok, whatever you think is the appropriate medium to get the message across, because otherwise we'll be doing the same thing again in a year's time and they'll miss out. Right?
Yeah, taken on board. So I just want to say thank you again for your work. Councillor Watson, and I think you'll be the last and then we'll move on. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I note in particular a first priority, that is youth mental health, and I think you used the term epidemic, and that's certainly the case in New Zealand as a whole, and in some parts of Auckland more so than any other parts of New Zealand. So, in terms of your work program and your awareness, I don't know what sort of interest you take or in the long-term plan proceedings. For instance, yesterday we had a presentation from one part of Auckland where there's a youth centre that caters for over 1,000 young people a week, which is part of a subdivision where there are over 200 people on a suicide prevention programs in one small part. And they are, and each year they come back, this is the fourth year, they're reliant for council for a portion of their funding to keep those interactions with those 1,000 young people going per week. And they face the very real prospect now of that small but meaningful funding being taken and compromising their whole operation. There's 1,000 young people. So my question to you is, and I realise you've got your own programs and your own priorities, but I guess if we're to turn the very meaningful priorities you have identified into equally meaningful action on the ground, when these cases come up, they need to be dealt with in the way that your panel advocates, and in fact we advocate in all our own policy documents. So I guess at the end of that, and it's remiss of me not to bring it before you, I'm not going to sit here and quiet when that's at stake for our community. Do you have any comments or any perhaps practical measures or advice or advocacy that I think would be in the realm of your work program as it goes to specifics around Auckland? I've given you this example, but I agree with you. I don't think there is a more important issue in Auckland as a whole now than youth mental health, and that employability and other things go with that, of course. So I'm just really interested in your response to that scenario.
Just first of all, I find that quite moving that there's 1,000 young people that now potentially face not having the support that they need to potentially even survive. So that's quite moving. I think in terms of our sort of work around this priority for us, and we've got a meeting coming up in June, which is an open meeting where we'll be engaging with organisations around Auckland, from around Auckland, to see what we can offer, to see what we can do in terms of creating potentially a synergy between council and us, or creating those relationships in the community to hopefully stop those kind of situations from occurring again.
Okay, thanks a lot. Yep.
I just
Sorry.
want to quickly add to that,
just to give you some context, that discussion around the specific youth centre, that is a discussion that we will have around this table. So look at, and I know you may not know the specifics, but that discussion will be taken. So look, I'll take your last comment and then we'll move to our next youth advisory panel. Kia ora.
Just what I wanted to touch on is, just as Chris said, oftentimes like the support that's required and the people who are ready to support that they are there, but the connection between the two is where it's missing. And like when we have these kind of open meetings where we can find who has that support, the people who are looking for that support, and they're able to make those connections, I think that is where I think we are able to help solve a lot of those issues.
And Mr. Chair, I would just say from the quality of response from our youth people, I'm heartened by that, and I hope we listen to them. Thank you.
So thank you again, Morgan, to you as well, and with your leadership with our young leaders. So ngā mihi kia koutou katoa. Thank you. We're now moving, and in a lot of cultures, and I know with Pacific and Māori, you never grow old. So our next youth advisory panel to give their presentation is the seniors to come through. So no mai, haere mai. Carol, you and John, I'll leave that over to you.
Thank you. I'd just like to introduce our two co-chairs, Gail Marshall and Jay Reid, and our lead officer, John Nash. Over to you.
Morena, I'm Jay Reid and next to me is Gail Marshall. We're the co-chairs of the Seniors Advisory Panel, and Gail and I will share this presentation today. I wish it was true that we didn't grow old, but what you have done is given us the opportunity to share a poem with you. So this is a little bit unusual. So I'll just read this, it's short. Said the little boy, sometimes I drop my spoon. Said the little old man, I do that too. The little boy whispered, I wet my pants. I do too, laughed the old man. Said the little boy, I often cry. The old man nodded, so do I. But worst of all, said the boy, it seems grown-ups don't pay attention to me. And he felt the warmth of a wrinkled old hand. I know what you mean, said the little old man. So the young and the old have much in common. We're both one of the most marginalised groups in society, and we're also those sectors that are most profited from. Aged care and private preschools are some of the most profitable industries in this country. Yet, while the young are visible, the elderly are not. And it's this plea for visibility we especially bring to you today. We want not just to be visible in terms of Council's policies and plans, its workforce and its public spaces, but remember that a third of us are still in the workforce, and we all seek to positively contribute our experience, our knowledge, our expertise. The strategic plan that we share with you today reflects our need not just to be visible in Auckland, but to be part of its decision-making, to contribute, and to act as guardians or kaitiaki for future generations. And this weighs more on us than other generations. Our strategic plan is based on an age-friendly Auckland and is linked with our quest for World Health Organisation age-friendly city status for Auckland, a quest that was launched by the previous Seniors Advisory Panel and that we continue to promote. We'll talk briefly about each of the 6 domains that we've outlined in our strategic plan. The first one is participation. We see access to and familiarisation with technology as a critical means of interaction and contribution for older Aucklanders. Some of us are restricted in movement outside our homes, so use of technologies of various sorts is critical. Yet, of all groups, we're the least able when it comes to technology, and so our learning needs are vital. We can see, for example, an app to be developed that would provide information that meets seniors' needs for the Auckland area. And yet, we also emphasise our attachment to place. So our local communities and their amenities play an important role in our lives. We are anchored locally. While we absolutely endorse the work Auckland Libraries does, we would like to see an expanded role for libraries as community hubs, especially at a time when deferred maintenance of local council facilities may mean that some communities will lose their existing local hub. Accessibility. Well, accessibility is not just for the disabled. As we age, our needs change. And so we want to work with council designers to ensure that the needs for all ages are met, and not just for housing, but also for public amenities and public spaces. We particularly, for example, want to be assured that all the lifts in the Aotea Centre car park work all the time, and that all the parking machines equally work, and that in public places and spaces there are appropriate places where citizens can sit and handrails when they're needed. We would like to see zoning that enables different housing that supports diverse communities and incentives that ensure developers include elements that support the needs of older Aucklanders. And above all, we want to feel safe in all public spaces at all times. Transport. We support all moves towards efficient, effective and appropriate public transport, moves away from the personal use of cars. But because more than other groups, we may have to rely on private cars, that public transport must really be fit for purpose for us to use it regularly. We also may use footpaths more than others, so good footpaths without trip hazards and obstructions are essential. We would like the e-scooter issue looked at critically by Council, and the recognition that footpaths are prioritised for pedestrians. We'd like to see our needs recognised through being able to use our gold hop cards before 9 a.m. to get to medical appointments, to go to hospitals. We want to have a voice within Auckland Transport. We can help them grow an understanding of the needs of seniors as they relate to public transport. For example, we know and can advise the key bus routes that seniors take. And finally, the suggestion that was made in a recent Zoom meeting to replace the only accessible car park outside the new K Road station with a tree beggars belief. It is the only proximal place where seniors and the disabled can be dropped off safely with complete, direct and immediate access to the station. Like others, we value trees, but this is not a suggestion that we support. And now Gail is going to talk about the other three areas of interest: housing, valuing and including seniors, and heritage.
Kia ora everybody, ko Gail Marshall Tukuingwa, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Well, I've gone from youth to seniors in half an hour, or just over half an hour, which is amazing. I'm going to use probably for me words that I hear out in the community that are talked about when you're talking about seniors. So I'm not going to be talking about plans or resource consents. So if we look at housing, and most of the words we hear bandied around from the elderly for housing is safe, warm, secure, accessible, affordable, rent to buy, pensioner units, community, Wi-Fi, neighbourhoods, family choices, and all of this fit to purpose. Seniors are a good source of information as to what works and what is dysfunctional as to their needs. We support Auckland Council and recognise the escalating demand in the future and the pressure such as legislative requirements and affordability and how that could be a barrier to producing the housing needed. Valuing and including seniors. Well, what age does denote a senior? Is it the person who plays bowls? The person who plays Monopoly? I think not. But every day is a challenge for a senior. Belonging, visible, training, volunteering, engaged, respected, skilled, represented and working. And being part of a very diverse community is very challenging for a lot of seniors. Well, we can work with Auckland Council to put seniors on the front page and be open to a rich canvas of these. Seniors are an asset to the city. Heritage. Auckland has a rich history and our heritage and historic structures are amidst the more recent structures we see out in the city today. Well, these do all tell a story of who we are and where we have been. Heritage is not just building, it's our cultural heritage as well. And these are very important. And to maintain these structures is very important. Our heritage, when I think of if I was visiting Auckland, the first thing I would be looking at was the differences in our structures, but I would be looking for the older buildings first because it does tell our story. I'm going to mention cemeteries, yes, and I'm afraid it's very important for all of us to think about this and think of how our cemeteries are going to change in the future. They're changing now, and there are enormous problems around where we're all going to go when we depart this life. But it is something that needs talked about. I know the records are in need of being digitised and information readily accessible for families, and especially for the purpose of genealogy. Auckland City held an open day at Waikimiti Cemetery, which is classed as a park, a public park, and this was a great success and much appreciated by the visiting public. It gave them the opportunity to get rid of all the fears they had about what happens. The whole cemetery was open. You could see the cremator, and we saw Muslim burials and Jewish. And I think this is something that people have to talk about to demystify who we are, what we are, and where we end up. But I see that there is money to be spent on our cemeteries, and how we manage that, I have no idea. I do know with our heritage cemeteries, the restoration that's needed is immense, and it is quite an expense. I personally have been involved in restoring headstones at Waikimiti, and I can tell you, you're lucky to get out under $5,000. It's a large amount of money, but very necessary. And why cemeteries? Well, seniors need access to information. I see this information could be held at libraries and CABs. It is quite an effort for a senior, especially somebody living on their own who have no family, no friends, to go to a funeral home or to a cemetery for the information they need. And I see a library would be a place that the seniors would go for this sort of information. So seniors do have a value, and we should not be defined by our age or how we look. We should rather be celebrated for the views and the input we can give. But the question is, not what can you do for the seniors, it's what can we do for you. Thank you.
I thought she was calling me Mike, but I had to put it on. So look, John, I'll hand it to you, and then I'll get Councillor Mulholland to start off, and then we'll go through, knowing that we've sort of run over time. But I make no apologies for allowing this to continue. Thanks, John.
Kia ora, Mr Chair, members. So just reiterating the co-chair's views, you'll see from the strategic plan that it is in the context of age-friendly Auckland. We've got about 40 actions here, which might seem a lot, but they are all specific, doable things. So really that's bringing the attention to the organisation of the key things of concern and interest to the panel. And I guess, as noted, the previous panel introduced and got age-friendly Auckland across the line. It's currently being written for approval in this term of the panel. And the key really is implementation. So I guess it's a plea, Mr Chair, from the panel for that process to continue, and that the end result, really the rubber hits the road in terms of implementation, resources, and the role that the panel you've heard today can play in that. So, kia ora.
Thank you, John, and also thank you for your work with the panel. Councillor Mulholland.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. May I just take a moment to acknowledge Jay, Gail as co-chairs. I think that's a sound decision that was made, and also the other members of the Seniors Advisory Panel. My experience has been that you work well together, that you do have years of experience and skills and knowledge. And, you know, Gail, we did work together in the past, so I acknowledge that you have had a significant role in understanding how councils operate and work, and you've been involved in the political sector. So just so that we're clear that I have had a working relationship with Gail in the past for transparency. So thank you to you both. Just with regards to the feedback I have heard from the seniors to date, it is, Chair, with regards to the actual implementation of the age-friendly Auckland. I do think that there is an opportunity for, you know, for this to be wrapped and progressed. 6 main areas of work are sound and logic and reasonable. Jay, you share a wonderful poem, and I've heard one of your other poems before, so thank you for those wise words in the poem. You do work very well together, and I want to also thank, you know, it's been really neat to see, and seniors, and I want to thank the Mayor for the opportunity alongside Councillor Casey to be involved. And I did say seniors because I have a particular fondness for seniors, and especially in the community. So I know that you do voice the views of the wider senior community, and I think that's really critical, that that voice that comes through the panel is of others. So thank you for that. Just on the note, because it is a comment, Chair, not a question, because it's not appropriate for me to, I think, pose a question at this stage. But I did attend the AGM the other day of the Friends of Wai Committee, and I do want to say I completely to tuku and agree on the principle of the digitisation of the documentation for the cemetery, the records. You know, there's some pretty old records there that are only sitting on one piece of paper. So I fully support that as one of the actions for our community and our seniors as well. So thank you for the opportunity, and I still am learning too. It's my first time being a liaison for the panels, but thank you very much, and thank you to the whole team who worked together and the staff. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Councillor Cooper to close this part, and all yours.
Kia ora. Welcome, thank you. It's great to see great leadership in this space. It was just a comment about the mobility scooters, and just, I'm not sure, I've just asked the question that we have a training, events and filming bylaw review that's coming up at the moment, and so it will be shortly, it will be adopted to go out to consultation at the end of the month, and that's where our micro-mobility scooters are going to be brought into that. So I guess I'd like, would you like to feedback on that? I think it would be quite useful from your perspective, you know. And I've just asked the question whether you're considered stakeholders, because we have a stakeholder day where you can come and talk to us about it. So thank you for the work you're doing. It's great.
There's 2 more that come through. So I'll go to Councillor Simpson, ladies first, and then Councillor Henderson.
I just want to thank you for your presentation. I found it very enlightening. In fact, I'm going to give you my card because I want a copy. But my question is actually to the Deputy Mayor, as Chair of the CCO panel. I think we need an answer around the Aotea car park and lift situation. It's been like that for an awful long time, and I think we deserve to hear from Auckland Transport what they're doing about it and when they're going to fix it, because it's continuously.
Can we add in the Henderson lift as well to the train? That's always breaking as well.
And the other question is around the access to public transport, and I think once again, could we talk to CRL about that? Just highlighting this issue. You brought up some really good things, and I just feel that you need the respect of an answer from the authorities that are actually mandated to do that. So that was my question. Thank you, Ngātawa.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Thanks, Matua. Kind of a question comment. So as I've mentioned a few times around here, I'm a mobility user. I commute to town via e-scooter and I think it's fantastic. But having said that, the area does need regulation and it needs protecting people and especially seniors and our disabled community as well. So I think that users would really welcome that and I would just love to have you as part of that conversation. So kind of tautakoing what Councillor Cooper has said as well.
Look again, to you both, thank you so much. To you as well, John, thank you, and also to the rest of the panel. So, ngā mihi kia koutou katoa, thank you. Kia ora mai tātou, our rainbow panel.
Chair, I'd just like to introduce our two co-chairs, so John Kingy and H. McCardle, and our lead officer, David Gurney. Thanks.
Ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm called H. McCardle tōku ingoa, and it's my delight and honour to present here with my co-chair, John Kingy. Let us get straight into it today. I know time is very precious, and we thank you for this opportunity. So our panel, the Rainbow Communities Advisory Panel to Auckland Council, was appointed in the middle of a global pandemic and a time of both national and economic uncertainty. The unique environment we find ourselves in as a panel is not one that is unusual to rainbow communities. We are well versed in doing a lot with very little, and often with nothing by way of institutional or economic resource, and we're often dropped off priority lists of populations to work with. In saying that, we are incredibly proud that in Tāmaki Makaurau, our council recognises rainbow communities as an important group to engage with in the advisory panel makeup. And we thank the Mayor's Office for establishing the start of our panel in particular, adding it to the list. To this end, we see our role as the Rainbow Communities Advisory Panel in developing our work program as one of both aspiration and pragmatic collaboration. So with that in mind, I'll pass to my co-chair, John, to introduce the first of our key priorities.
Tēnā koutou, mihi atu nei ki aku I au. Ko koe te kaihautu o te komiti nei, tēnā koe te kaihautu Mayor Goff, tēnā koe ki ngā mema Māori nei, tēnā koe. Kia ora tātou. So the first of our priorities, we have three overarching priorities. The first of which is around service provision. So the provision of safe community services, facilities and events is a real priority for our panel and our communities. The provision of these facilities, services and events requires staff who are culturally competent and are able to meet the diverse and varied needs of our broad and diverse rainbow whānau. All Rainbow Aucklanders should have access to equitable, safe and respectful community services, no matter where they live. This is a priority for us as we know that these frontline services are the first point of contact between council and the communities that we represent. A person's first interaction or experience with a service will determine whether they feel safe and are able to return to use those services again. We also know the challenges that still face our most vulnerable and the importance that spaces like libraries, swimming pools, gyms, recreation centres, community centres play in addressing access and isolation issues. And I think that's been highlighted even more so by COVID. At present, we're not clear as to what rainbow cultural capacity actually and capability actually looks like within council, nor are we currently aware of what cultural capability training is provided to ensure that our front-facing staff within council are appropriately skilled in dealing with our communities. For us, rainbow competency training should be required for all frontline council staff, provided by an appropriate community organisation, either at induction or through a professional development mechanism. Following the current review of council service provision, where there seems to be an opportunity to look at how facilities in particular are managed and run, we see this as a good opportunity for partnering between council and key community groups and businesses to provide services potentially in different ways than have been done in the past. There is a sort of principle that's in vogue at the moment around communities delivering to communities directly, and we would support this approach moving forward.
The second priority for our panel is around community engagement. We strongly believe that council engagement with rainbow communities needs to be regular, genuine and targeted all year round, not just during the Pride Festival. We want to make sure that local rainbow heritage feature in the stories we remember and celebrate in our city. Our panel supports the development of a Takatapui hui and Pacifica community hui, building on previous Pride Festival events. So why is this a priority for our panel? Well, more than half of Aucklanders were born overseas and identify with a range of different ethnic groups. We strongly hear and believe that our panel has a responsibility to improve the way both that council and our panel engage with all members of our rainbow community, particularly our Māori, Pacifica, Asian, refugee and migrant whānau. There's a clear need to provide a safe space for Takatapui and other minority communities within our wider rainbow communities to come together. A Takatapui hui supported by our previous panel and our current panel and council would be ideal to see realised during this term. And as stated, this was a priority from our previous panel. Some of the levers that we see available to help move us forward in these areas include ensuring the visibility of our diverse rainbow communities in council events, marketing, community grants and funding for panels and council co-sponsorship of these initiatives.
And the final overarching priority is around policy. Top priorities for our panel include housing and the response to COVID-19. The specific needs for rainbow communities need to be incorporated into the Council's policy development and implementation framework. These are inclusive of housing and COVID-19 response, but can be broader. A strong focus for Council is needed to reduce the barriers rainbow people experience due to their gender identity or expression, sexual orientation, or sex characteristics. Rainbow communities are again broad and diverse, and policy development does not provide an authentic or genuine mechanism for our communities to engage. This should not be limited only, as I mentioned, to rainbow-specific policies, but should address the needs of rainbow people across the board: Māori, Pacifica, refugees, asylum seekers, ethnic minority communities, disabled people, unemployed or low-income workers, youth and seniors. Our communities are represented across all of these demographics. The panel recognises the importance and impact of government policy for our communities, and the decisions that are made at tables like this can impact how we live and prosper as communities, none more so than around housing and in relation to COVID-19. The panel wants to acknowledge the existing initiatives within Council, such as the Homelessness Task Force and the recent Affordable Housing Draft Advocacy Plan. We also acknowledge the support Council has provided to Rainbow Youth to fund a homelessness advisor. While Council is not a direct provider of housing, there is some potential for leverage through its relationship with and partial funding for the new Auckland City Mission development. Other opportunities include the Council's advocacy to central government ministers, as proposed in the Housing Advocacy Plan, and at least one other major local body has identified rainbow communities, particularly transgender people, as a priority within their homelessness work. We also need to remember that housing isn't just about housing affordability in terms of ownership, but also access and ensuring that there is no discrimination when it comes to renting. Housing policy work is undertaken across several council policy teams that engage with HUD, and at this stage our panel is not currently aware of all the existing policy levers, hence the need to further scope and engage with panels through this process. In regards to COVID-19, our communities have faced specific challenges. The panel seeks opportunities to inform the Council's ongoing responses to COVID and to ensure that the specific impacts in our communities are measured and addressed.
With all of these three key areas of work on the table, we see our role as panel as one of facilitating meaningful engagement between Council and Rainbow communities to realise outcomes that drive forward the dreams of our communities. We want Tāmaki Makaurau to be a safe, vibrant and exciting place for Rainbow communities. We want this city to be a place where going to the swimming pool on the weekend is a fun whānau trip, not a stressful event to be avoided. We want to see the diversity within our rainbow communities, particularly that of our Takatapui, Pasifika, migrant and refugee communities, reflected in public rainbow programming and service provision. We want to see meaningful policy gains made in areas of housing and COVID-19 response, where rainbow communities are genuinely included and consulted with. We, as a panel, are here to work with Council to serve our communities. We welcome your feedback on our draft proposed plan of action for the next term. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa.
Tēnā kōrua, ngā mihi kōrua to you both, and I definitely not going to miss you out. I saw your finger go straight to the mic, so I'll leave it to you in regards to comments, and then I'll hand it over to Councillor Hills. Kia ora.
Kia ora tātou councillors. I just wanted to say, wow, what an amazing panel I have the pleasure of supporting. Very, very energetic, thoughtful and enthusiastic people that I work with, so it's a real pleasure. I just wanted to make a couple of points about how the panel's working. So John and H have both talked about what we're doing, but some observations about how they're working, which I think are really impressive. So the first is the panel isn't just focusing on specific issues. So yes, housing and COVID are two issues that they're focusing on, but what I've been impressed with is their thought about how to influence the machinery of council. And I think things through, things like the frontline rainbow competency training we're talking about, as well as things such as the Takatapui event, which is all around community engagement. These are things that will impact everything that the council delivers, or improve every interaction that rainbow communities have with the council. So I think that's something to note. It's not just issue specific, it's about the machinery of council. And the last point I wanted to make was just to emphasise the collaborative way that this panel is wanting to work. So that's evidenced through just the most recent panel meetings where we've proactively gone out to the rainbow communities. Rainbow community groups can come and present to panels, but we've proactively reached out to invite people in to just korero with us, to tell us what's important. So I think that's a very, it's noteworthy. So I think that collaborative approach also has been evidenced in the way that the panel has worked with the council whānau as well. So an example of that is ATEED and their recent interest in bidding for the Gay Games. They came into our panel and I think there was a real willingness to work collaboratively, hand in hand in a meaningful way, rather than just being, we'll receive the report and listen to them and they can go away. So I think that bodes really, really well for this term and the impact that this panel will have on the council business.
Kia ora, David. Councillor Hills.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair. Kia ora koutou, H and John, and thank you, David and Carol. Just want to say thanks to Councillor Casey and the Mayor for allowing me to be the liaison councillor again for the Rainbow Panel, and just say what exciting year it's been, considering last year we couldn't really meet together and every time we tried to there was a lockdown or something. So it's been much better to sort of see each other in person this year. Just want to acknowledge the work, the mahi you do personally, but also on the panel, but across our communities. And like you say, often for very little resource and often popping up in the background trying to get those voices heard. So I know that there are some big things that have already been brought up this term already that are important to think of, whether it's pride and the proud centres and acknowledging, for someone like me, maybe I have fewer barriers to jump across compared to, say, our Takatapuhi or Pasifika young people coming out, or our trans and gender diverse and intersex communities who are only sort of being able to get some of that recognition through pride events, whether it's funding the things the government's doing, which is great. Some of them are extremely slow, and many of you have talked to ministers about that in the past, and we're slowly getting movement on some of those discrimination laws and things like that. But I think it's important to acknowledge also for our older rainbow community, some of these people are our first generation of older rainbow communities. When homosexual law reform was passed in the 80s, we're now seeing problems with feeling accepted into older person's housing, what that looks like, especially for our trans older people. There are issues there. So it's not just young, it's not just old, there's lots of other issues. And also acknowledging that we're pretty privileged in New Zealand when you see that young man in Iran who was beheaded this week for being gay by his own brother, legally as an honour killing. So we know there is massive issues across New Zealand. We were presented a couple of weeks ago by Rainbow Refugee Group who were talking about how, COVID has put a real backlog on people trying to access our country as a safe haven in communities where they cannot live. So there are massive issues, and you guys are doing it with heart and doing the exciting stuff, but also acknowledging how council can help, whether it's advocating, funding, the bits that we're responsible for as well, just making safe spaces. So yeah, lots to do, but just really, really think it's important that your voices are heard across the council, and I know many staff and others enjoy getting the kind of raw feedback and where we are not doing good and where we can do better and where we are doing well. So thank you.
Oh no, I would just fine, because there was questions and comments from our liaison councillors. So look, there's no further sort of comments or questions. Again, ngamihi kia koe tau katoa, thank you so much. And yeah, look, I just wanted to say one thing around, you with the Rainbow Panel, and it's so exciting. Hey, I just want to, every time I see you, you're just bubbly. And it's like, you just well, it's just when you started, I just said to Maya, I said, look, you just want to smile and carry on. And so, look, thank you.
We've got big dreams for our community, and we need you to help make them happen with us. So let's do this.
No, definitely. I've just spoken to our director here, Claudia, around the feedback process, but I'll explain that. We'll both explain that after all our panels have presented. So thank you so much. And we move to our Pacifica Advisory Panel.
Through you, Chair, we have Hainoami Fulawai, who is joining us through Skype, Manu Sioni, our other co-chair, and our lead officer, Nathaniel Yalamawe.
Tēnā koe te rangatira, mālo lava, nau mai haere mai, pula vinaka Nathaniel. All yours, and mālo e lelei, Hainoami. Yeah, mālo suifua.
Kia ora tātou katoa. Esi aroa iti, o te mea I whakelangi, sea ne mihi tutu atakoa, I ase o ne chistu karariso, amene. Now I'm going to translate that in English because the people from Rutuma would probably be sitting there thinking, what was that? Let us pray. We ask for your blessings this week to each and every one of us. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Kia ora tātou katoa, ngā mihi nui kia koutou I ngā whānau. Ngā mihi nui kia te rangatira I te tautoko te kaupapa o tēnei rā. Tēnei te mihi kia koe. Ngā mihi kia koe te rangatira te Māori board, Tony. Ka nui te mihi kia koe. Ka nui te mihi kia koe te rangatira te mea. And Mayor, the councillors of Auckland City Council. Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Manu Sioni. I'm the co-chair of the Pacific People's Advisory Panel. And I'll pass you over to Hainoami, who's on screen. Kia ora.
Kia ora tātou. Ko maare te maunga, ko te waipuna rangitia te awa, no tamaki ahau, ko Fuliwai taku whānau, ko Hainoami Fuliwai taku ingoa. Malolelei, my name is Hainoami Fuliwai. Very proud New Zealand born Tongan and very, very honoured to be here today with you all. Malo.
Kia ora koe. Ko Waiau, ko Ngāti Whātua, ko Ngāti Hamoa, ko Ngāti Kukiaireni I ngā iwi katoa. He mokopona ko Ngāti Whātua no Pautua, me Rewati Kaipara. He mokopona ko Ngāti Hamoa, ko Whangamalo me Lua Tunuu Hamoa. He mokopona ko Ngāti Kukiaireni, he pukapuka Kukiaireni. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, alofa lava, kia ora ana koutou katoa, ato ai walo. I'll pass you over to, so we're going to do this tag. It's going to be interesting on screen, Zoom, but hey, we're adaptable. Kia ora. I'll pass you to Hai Moani.
Malo, Manu. So I'm just going to take you through an overview of the Pacific People's Work Plan moving forward. So you would all be able to see the presentation. So heading into the overview and background, what I do want to say about our work plan is that it's a very targeted and intentional work plan that comes with its own budget, and it comes with very strong recommendations. But it is based on the fact that we are a community that is wanting to build resilience. We are a community that wants to thrive, and that is based on the support of Council to help us move forward, given the challenges that our community are currently facing post-COVID, and also wanting to plan into our future. So I'm just going to walk you through some of the background, what we've done as a panel to build this work plan. So I do acknowledge a couple of people and a couple of things that have been done in the past. I do want to acknowledge Brian Corby, he's an investor and a donor towards our Pacifica Mamazar in West Auckland. I also acknowledge Councillor Casey for being present at the most recent general meeting that the PPAP had earlier this week. I also acknowledge our other panel, advisory panels. The seniors mentioned about genealogy and the importance of connections, especially our connections to mate. I also acknowledge our youth presenters and talking about disconnection to our generations, both past, present and future. And so within this work plan, it acknowledges a lot of those layers that are absolutely essential for our community to understand and to build resilience, sustainability, and looking into the future. So as a panel, we took the time to work on building this plan meticulously since November up to December, and really coming out with something that would be aligned to what Council have already done. Really thinking about our previous panel, and also looking at Ara Moana as a Pacifica strategy. So we're going to be really able to unpack what this looks like within the work plan, but essentially our work plan is embedded by Ara Moana as a Pacifica strategy that was launched by Council earlier in our term, and so that was endorsed on the 10th of May by a unanimous vote. Over to you, Manu.
Thank you, Hai Moani. So the focus areas that we are looking at in this term is around 5 key areas: workforce and leadership participation and development, engaging and enabling thriving communities and civic participation, resilience and sustainability, economic development, language, culture and identity are the 5 areas. In each of those things, I've just highlighted 1 or 2 key points that we were picking up. But when you go to our plan, our work plan, you'll see more details around the activities, tasks, outcomes that we're focusing on. So that's what's in scope. What is not in scope is the next bit, which is really important, because this is a challenging time for all of us. And if we're wanting to provide good quality and significant quantity of information, input and feedback to the Council, actually we need to be spending time on the thinking around this stuff. Unfortunately, with COVID and with a number of other issues impacting on all of us, we don't have that time. And so we've looked at what are those things that we can deliver against. We also took into account Council finances, limited budgets, focusing on the areas that our Pacific community want us to focus on was another thing. And so we've engaged our communities across the Ropu, across the Rohe, to be able to get some of that. Our Pacific Panel Advisory Committee panel members, we have 16 months 7 meetings and a limited budget. So the stuff that's out of scope is everything else. So we're going to be focusing on these 5 things, but those 5 things are going to be actually quite significant in how we support our Pacifica communities, Auckland Council, our Māori, and partners in this mahi. Thanks. Hai no ami.
So what can we do? And this has been a massive conversation within our PPAP, but also recently coming out of our meeting with our community earlier this week. Community engagement, participation and consultation are all tied together. As a community, we see this as a relational cycle, and the way that our community sort of engage with council has mainly been very transactional. And so as a PPAP, we really want to focus on this. And these are some of the layers that are outlined here as bullet points. What I do want to say about community engagement is that, like what has been previously mentioned by our previous panels, it needs to be meaningful, and it does need to be honoured in such a way that aligns with our values as a community. We heard this very loud and clear in our community engagements, and what I do want to mention to councillors is that we also heard from Stats New Zealand, and they actually brought some really meaningful information and acknowledging the fact that Census 2018 was very skewed, and this is the data that council also used to really pinpoint and understand more about who we are as a Pacific community. From skewed data, you can't actually get the meaningful information that is actually happening at the grassroots. And this is what our PPAP is able to really focus on bringing out, nurturing that through meaningful dialogue. And so we were able to get to that just from our earlier meeting this week. I also want to acknowledge here the conversation that we went into depth with about climate injustice. Obviously, as a community who are at the front line of climate change within the Pacific, we understand this more than any others out there, and we acknowledge some of the information that has already been mentioned by previous co-chairs. But what is known at this point about our Pacific community here in Auckland is that we have a Kiribati community out in West Auckland who are their homeowners, but they're also buying sandbags to be sent back to Kiribati. We also have a Tuvaluan community who are faced with the frontline challenges of what happens when our community leave the Pacific to come to Auckland. What do they have to support them? These are some of the layers of our community that we absolutely understand as a PPAP, and we want to support our community to unravel that. What is on these bullet points will help us get to that, but that requires a lot of council support and dialoguing. So that's what our work plan will really be able to focus on. Over to you, Manu.
So we can't do this by ourselves. There's no way that we can do the 16 months, 7 meetings, 5 key focus areas, and all of the streams of work that sit under those 5 key areas. We do have to engage, and we want to engage, and particularly we want to engage with Māori. So as you know, as tuakana from the Pacific, we want the tuakana Taina relationship to carry on. But in Aotearoa, New Zealand, Māori are the tangata whenua, they are the tuakana in this whenua. And so the relationship with Māori is part and parcel of the mahi that we do. We're also looking at how we work with our council. So it's been a pleasure working with Carol, Nathaniel, Maria, Iseta and Mike, and our liaison councillor Efeso, with our chief liaison Kathy. It's been great being able to do that, but actually it's more than just that group. There is the Moana Pacifica group of the Pacific Network. There's the Māori Staff Network. There's the Independent Māori Board. There are a number of other connections in terms of that sort of work. I heard what Councillor Kathy was saying about local board stuff. But actually, we were in the local boards before we came to the council. So we will continue to work alongside where we can to support the work that they do in the local council. We want to be able to engage in a way that's helpful, that's supportive, that's advocating what they need to do and what they need to achieve in their plans, and we're keen to do that. Thank you, Hai Naomi.
So, being accountable to our work plan, to our communities and to council, what this essentially is about working together. It's about having holistic relationships that are honoured on all parts. And it is about, like what Manu talks about, the layers to our community. We understand the layers to council, and it's about bringing that all together to build one thing, that's trust. We are a very broken community that essentially rely on trust, and there are so many layers to how we can look at trust. And so what we're wanting to do with this work plan is to help rebuild this trust between council and our community as Pasifika throughout Auckland. And we believe that our work plan can essentially get us to a point where we can have meaningful, trusting relationships that can really bring out the outcomes that we all seek and want to work towards in terms of building a very thriving Auckland that can contribute at all levels of our society. Over to you, Manu.
That's the end of our presentation. Just open for questions, really.
Yeah, thank you to you both, and I'm going to hand it over firstly to Councillor Fessel Collins, who is online, and then I've got, I'll open it up for the councillors. And Independent Māori Statutory Board. Whanana, yours.
Oh, talofa, Chair, and thank you very much for the opportunity to share a few words. Just want to firstly thank our co-chairs and the panel. Hei Noame and Manu are doing a magnificent job, and you'll probably pick up from what you've heard today, and I hope it's okay if I make the comment, Chair. Sorry, it might be a question thing, but I just wanted to make a comment. But you'll probably pick up from their commentary this morning that they're driven by a very deep sense of urgency, and that's one of the things that's come through loud and clear in the panel, is that they understand that there are some major challenges facing Pacific people in Auckland. And I think the way they're directing their urgency was shown in the community meeting earlier this week, and my thanks to Dr. Casey for coming as well and staying longer than me. A talented group of people is the Pacific panel, and I think they've been really clear on how they want to prioritise the way they use their time, their meetings and their community consultations over the next 24 months. So yeah, real privilege, Chair, for to be able to work with them, and I just wanted to offer my special thanks to the co-chairs for their leadership. Thank you.
Whaftai lava, whanana. Councillor Cooper.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for your presentation and your real thoughtful, looking at your work plan and really digging down into what's needed. I just want to acknowledge our Pacific mamas too, out west. My question is really around when you talked about the community being broken, and I think it feels like we've lost a lot of local since amalgamation, particularly feels for me with our Pacific community in West Auckland. And I'm wondering if, we could support you in some sort of talanoa out west. I know we have them out south a lot, but I'm sure Shane and I would be really keen to somehow support that and be able to come along, even answer questions, because often that real engagement, you talk about, participation and things like that. I think when people don't have a relationship, it's really hard to get engaged. So I think that it'd be, if you were keen, I'm sure we would be keen to come and support in whatever way we can. We can even get, once a year, councillors are allowed to book a venue for free, once a year. So I could do one and Shane could do one. So, yeah, what's your thoughts around that?
Do you mind if I take this one, Manu?
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you so much for that comment. And I guess just initial impressions, that's the sort of heart that it will take to really engage and delve into meaningful conversation with our community. I do want to acknowledge that Nathaniel is also a Westie. And so you've actually got West Auckland Pacifica staff within council that can absolutely support setting that up in a meaningful way to really bring out the meaningful dialogue that we're talking about. We do see PPAP's role as nurturing and strengthening the relationships that council has with community. We absolutely understand that council is inundated with so many priorities. There are so many floating working bits within council that needs to carry the whole of Auckland. We acknowledge that. But what we're saying is that we, as a PPAP, we can nurture and strengthen that. It's not just about setting up these relationships, but it's also about keeping the consistency and the continuation of that throughout time. And that takes a lot of work and really sort of honouring the value systems that already exist within our community. We see that within Aramoana, the values are there. We can absolutely reciprocate that. But that's what we're talking about by meaningful dialogue and honouring the value systems of our community, and also to be able to support council. Malo.
If I could just add on, Councillor Cooper too, that we had an open forum meeting on Monday in South Auckland. It is our intention to go out and have open forums in West Auckland, in Central Auckland. So we want to at least do another 2, if not 3, because we will end up back in South Auckland. But the reality too is that we're wanting to make sure that we're engaging all of our communities in that space when we're working also with the 6 local boards who have a significant number of Pacific people within their communities. That covers all of Auckland, Henderson, Massey being one of them. So we're really keen to get out there next time.
Fantastic.
And then Councillor Mulholland, you can finish it off. Because we're, yeah. Atuakake.
Kia ora, kia ora. Tēnā kōrua, tēnā koutou. He tautoko ngā kōrero o te rā, no te tātanei tuakana no te moana nui a kiwa. If we really look back in our whakapapa, I think that's a good debate e hoa. Who's the older, who's the younger sibling here? So anyway, e pātai. So I just wanted to comment on, so if engagement guidelines, I looked at your priorities and around particularly the engagement guidelines, policy analysis, the local board plans. I think there was another one around voter participation and CCO boards, right? Mm-hmm. And the Auckland Plan Refresh. I want to cut to the chase here, Manu, in terms of the, is this leading towards better engagement to enable better representation at these decision-making forums? Is that, and if so, bro, I think we need to be really clear about that. I look around the room, I look at the current voting system that we have, it doesn't, I guess, get the results that I think you're expecting and that you deserve, actually. So I just wanted to, I wanted to be really clear what the drivers were, because essentially I could see through the noise and want to cut to the chase around, is it about engagement guidelines that perpetuate better representation in decision-making forum? That's my question.
Unapologetically, yes. So the reality for us is that we know that we've got a community, a young community, coming through. If I look around the table at our Pacific Advisory Panel, we've got a couple of doctors, a principal of a school, consultants and stuff like that. There are a number of those young people that will be going through to leadership roles, and you'll see in the program workforce and leadership too as being one of those key focus areas. So absolutely, we are looking at representation within governance, within local board, within corporate, within anything.
Okay. Councillor Mulholland, you're the last. Just to the ethnic and disability panels who are to come, apologies, but we need to get through this albeit with the time it's taken. And as I said earlier, I make no apologies, but it's important that all our panels be heard. Kia ora. So,
Thanks, Chair. Just a comment, and we can wrap it into a question if you like, but just with regards to the, I don't know, Councillor Casey talked about the local boards, but the FO local board did develop a Pacific Peoples Plan, which I'm incredibly proud of, and hopefully, you're able to engage with that too, because I think some of the things that you're wanting to achieve, and it does connect up, and we're all one whānau, aren't we, really? So just a little, heads up that there is that plan. I think it's one of the very few plans that actually were developed, and there are a lot of Pacific community who are involved with that.
Thank you, Councillor. Local board FO is absolutely key in this discussion, in this talanoa within our community. So we're looking forward to going into central Auckland and into Avondale, Newland area too. Kia ora. Just to finish up, I'd just like to say a proverb before we leave.
I'll save that proverb till last.
Okay.
I'm just going to hand it over because I've missed Nathaniel. So I'm going to get Nathaniel if he has any. And then Carol will end up finishing this part, and then you can finish with the proverb. Nathaniel, anything to say?
I won't take up too much time, Councillor. Thank you. Kia ora, Councillors. I just want to say that it's been an absolute pleasure and privilege for myself and Deputy Leads to support this panel. They're a passionate group of people, passionate for the issues that affect their community. It's quite obvious from the strategic plan that they want to engage meaningfully with Council. So we look forward to continue to support them to achieve their aims in the provision of their advice to Council on issues and matters that affect Pacific communities. Thank you.
Yeah, Naka.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to clarify a couple of very quick points. So one is within the report, we note that the frequency of meetings will be increasing in the next financial year. We're hoping that this will be for every 6 weeks, but we also will be keeping an eye on the Council work programme and to ensure that the panels can provide advice and feedback on relevant areas of work. And I also wanted just to clarify that the panels don't have an individual budget. It's an overarching budget for meetings and the work that the panels do. So it really covers the meeting fees, but however, they will obviously want to work very closely with key areas of work within the council, so the council staff and the council teams on some of their priority areas. I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Thank you. Hai noa me malo pito. Whawhtai lawa whionga ngā mihi ki a koe and me taki maata. So to you both, thank you. And Manu, I will leave with that proverb, and that is the last. So, ngā mihi.
Thank you. O le ala I le pule, o le tautua. The pathway to leadership is through service. Kia ora tātou katoa.
Malapita.
We've got two more Councillors Independent Māori Statutory Board, and these two I've been told are the most exciting two that are left. So we get our ethnic panel to come through, and tēnā koe Kathy. And is that you by yourself?
That's right.
Which is, yeah, so at least you've got all the time now. You don't have to share it. So just want to welcome you, and then as per normal I'll hand it over to Councillor Young and then open it up for questions and comments. Thank you, Kathy. All yours.
Thank you, Councillor. Tēnā koutou, nā mihi nui kia koutou. Ko Kathy Yan tōku ingoa. Ko tēnei pepeha ki te taho tōku mama. Ko Hua Guoshan tōku moanga. Ko Huanghai tōku moana. No Beijing aho, ko Chinese tōku iwi, he Tamaki Makoro tōku kāinga I nāi tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. So thank you so much for your time. So I'm co-chair of the Ethnic Peoples Advisory Panel, and apologies from my co-chair, Mohammed, who is actually visiting his family in Australia, I believe. So, but, you know, we're both here. He's here in spirit today, and we're really happy to take you through our strategic work program for the next 2 years. So before I get into it, I wanted to talk about the principles upon which we've developed our plan. So the principles are on the slide that you see. The first thing is strategic alignment. So the panel felt very strongly that we wanted to be aligned with the council's strategic priorities. And we've used the Auckland plan as our foundational document to review. These are the council's priorities, and we want to make sure that what we picked was reflected in the Auckland plan, so there was no, strategic ambiguity there. The second point was we wanted to leverage off what had been done by the previous panel. We know that every 3 years, the turnover means some of the hard work may be lost, and we wanted to make sure that that doesn't happen for this round, especially because we're operating in extraordinary times. And we know that the hard work done in the last 3 years can actually be a firm foundation upon which we do our work. And the third point, I think that may have been echoed by the other chairs, is we want to focus on what's achievable. So there's no point talking about grand ambitions when we're limited by a couple of things, and we want to make sure we have something to show for our time as the panel. So without further ado, what we have crystallized our work program is a slide just showing our priorities, our principles, and we've split our work program into the two parts that we actually want to do specific work in and create outputs from, and also areas that we want to advocate and we want to collaborate with other panels and other parts of council on. So I'll just take you through this really quickly. Our grand goal is to support the economic and social development of diverse communities in Auckland. And we recognize that to do that, we want to follow two overarching principles. One is we want to honor the tiriti. We feel that is grounded in everything we do. And even though as the ethnic panel, we're representing a different cultural subset, we want to respect that's the foundation of the city and this country. The second thing that came up really strongly is environmental sustainability. Again, we felt that's an overarching goal that's critical to the development of Tamaki Makaurau. And then going into our work, so you'll see the green box it has 2 points that we really want to focus on. The first one is belonging and participation. So what do I mean by that? Our community is not one community. There isn't really a clear definition for what constitutes an ethnic person in the city. It just means that you identify strongly to a specific culture, and perhaps that's not the mainstream Pākehā culture of this society. So we want to acknowledge how diverse that actually is, and we want to acknowledge a common issue, which is we don't have a seat at the table. Auckland is a multicultural city founded on bicultural grounds, and we acknowledge that. But we feel that our communities are often living segregated lives. They are parts of the city. They may have a transactional relationship with the council, but they're not participating in decision-making a lot of the time. And perhaps that's because they don't know how to. So as a panel, we first want to focus on how do we build a bridge between the council and our communities. We also want to talk about anti-racism. It's a topic that we can't ignore given what's been happening in the world and in this country. We recognize the impact of the Christchurch terror attacks, and we recognize that due to COVID, globally and also in Aotearoa, attacks on Asian communities have been frequently occurring, and it's something that we are very concerned about. So we want to preempt that by focusing on education and what can we do to prevent things like that from ever happening again. Thirdly, this also includes building bridges for people to interact with both the mainstream society and also with each other. Engagement and understanding will only come from people meeting and actually having the korero. So we want to work with the council and also other organizations like the Office for Ethnic Communities and the Human Rights Commission to do that. We are exploring those channels and we're having a meeting next Monday to discuss the details. The second point is enhancing economic opportunity and prosperity. We've really taken to heart the fact that COVID has had a huge impact on the council and also the city, and we note that we're living in a special time of COVID recovery. So as a panel, we want to focus on, first of all, supporting our communities to retain their economic prosperity, focus on skills development, talent, investment attraction. Again, we want to collaborate with various parts of the council and AT to do that. And we're really open to discussing more details on how that could be through concrete actions. And then I'll just quickly touch on the point of advocacy. So transport and access is something that comes up very strongly every time we meet. We feel that we need to increase public transport opportunities. It ties into the goal of supporting climate change adaptation. And we know that this is out of our hands per se, but we want to be supportive wherever we can. And the second point, as echoed by the other panels, is affordable housing. Now, this disproportionately affects lower income communities, of which many of our communities are a part of. We also want to look at social equity when we develop our neighborhoods. Sometimes you will see that infrastructure opportunities are not the same in higher income versus lower income neighborhoods. And again, this is an area where we feel our best role is to support and provide input and really just make ourselves available to support the council's work. Kia ora, and thank you.
So I'll just hand over to Councillor Young.
I don't have a question, but it's just comment. And great to be a liaison councillor for ethnic people at the Vice Panel. Thank you for the hard work and today's presentation, particularly acknowledging Carol, our staff, and the co-chair and the members. It's very important to do the proper communication and conversation between the ethnic community and the council. And I do support IMSB member Tony just mentioned how to spread the COVID vaccine message across the ethnic community in Tamaki Makaurau. Finally, this is a very positive opportunity to engage with the new Ministry of the Ethnic Communities from the 1st of July this year. Thank you.
Kathy, I just wanted to say this last comment because it needs to be said, and that is, ngā mihi atu ki a koe, Kathy, ki te whakapapa kei tēnā whenua a China, tēnā koe e te hine puretu. Look, I just wanted to acknowledge the pepeha and the whakapapa that you ended up doing in the beginning. For us and for myself and those that are Māori, when you was started, it just sort of highlighted, just really thank you so much. So I just wanted to acknowledge you in regards to that and also acknowledge the work that you do. So ngā mihi ki a koe. Kathy, thank you.
Ngā mihi, Councillor. Ke te ako aho ki I te reo Māori, so I just want to practice where I can. Thank you.
She always calls me Mike. Oh, gosh. So last but not least, our disability panel.
Through you, Chair, I'd just like to introduce the disability panel members. So just coming to the table now, we have Martine Abel-Williamson and we have Jason Boberg, who are our two co-chairs. We have Greg Morgan as lead officer and Elise Copeland as deputy lead officer. Welcome.
Tēnā kōrua and tēnā koutou katoa.
Kia ora koutou. Firstly, I would like to mihi te Ngāti Whātua and Tangata Whenua, whose land we are gathered on today, and to acknowledge that I am here by way of te tiriti, which must be upheld in all of our work. Thank you on behalf of the Disability Advisory Panel to the Mayor and the Council for hearing our work programme presentation. I'd like to thank the disabled people in our community that have come before us. It is them who have enabled us to be here today as an advisory panel. Those who have worked within Council and those who have fought for our liberation from institutionalisation. Only a mere 30 years ago. And to those who marched down Queen Street, right outside the Town Hall, to protest about the lack of representation on boards for those that are supposed to serve us. It is these strong and innovative elders that make it possible for me to be here today and safely identify as a proudly disabled person, proud of my community, proud of our innovations, proud of my identity and our shared history. I would also like to thank our allies within Council, and specifically the Universal Design team, working hard to make a people-centric city that includes disabled people. Their skills are deeply needed to be drivers of every urbanism project. We need to see and feel their implementation on the ground in all of our built environments. Excuse me. I'd like to quote Sir Robert Martin. Sir Robert Martin made history as the first person with a learning disability to be elected onto a United Nations treaty body, onto the Committee of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. He says, although it is great that New Zealand has closed its last institution, being institutionalised is not just about the buildings, the bricks, and the mortar. It is also about values, beliefs, actions, and activities. It's about the way things are done, the decisions that are made, and who makes them, and who has the control. In New Zealand, we still need to work hard to ensure that people with disabilities do not continue to be institutionalised, even though they live in community settings. It is imperative that Auckland Council examines both its own bricks and mortar, that is creating barriers to our participation, as well as making sure that the ideologies of institutionalisation are overcome. For this, we need to have our rights to participate in all aspects of life and be welcome as part of the community. It is this, along with the UNCRPD, that is the how and why that underpins our work program that we are presenting to you today. We can move to the next slide. Oh, wow. Who's in control now? To ensure our rights are upheld in the context of COVID, within our community, we must recognise that our community is facing disproportional impacts of the housing crisis, the climate crisis, low employment. We are 75% underemployed. That is a gap of 45% of disabled versus non-disabled people. We move through this time of COVID all while advocating for urbanism transport that is actually usable and accessible for disabled people. It is the expertise and leadership of disabled people that are crucial to upholding our rights and that Auckland Council is obliged and required to meet. Disabled people are great innovators. We already have the solutions to the issues our community faces. The barrier to implementing this is that our value is not recognised by Council. To help with this, we will, with our advice, make sure that the embedding of disability impact thinking and universal design becomes the norm here at Council. Through our actions, we are hoping to move Council to celebrate disability in all its diversity. Auckland Council needs to do things differently in ways that empower disabled people, and this can only be led by our community with the support and increased ambition for change from Council. With the 17,000 new homes that Council is planning to build, All must be made 100% accessible to meet the needs and the supply and demand gap for disabled people, as the new report from the Community Housing Collective suggests, which is attached to our work program. This is important as only 2% of homes in New Zealand are accessible, and it is 25% of the population that are identified as disabled, and Auckland Council must play its part. In the recent events and the controversies of the built environment, and yes, we are thinking of Queen Street, the massive spending in capital projects and infrastructure, the climate resilient infrastructure that we need to ensure happens, and the measures taken to keep safe in COVID, which includes footpath widening, which is long fought for by our community, all the way to the brand new single disabled car park on Karangahape Road that exits directly onto the road, or a curbed cycle barrier, which is right beside a loading bay, or in the brand new Britomart station filled with dozens of new turnstiles, only 2 of which are accessible. This includes transport and micromobility dangers to our community. These dangers, Council is already aware of. According to a Council report, 80% of all people surveyed said that micromobility does pose a risk to the safety of disabled people. The same report goes on to say that the benefits of micromobility somehow outweigh the costs. It is time Council stop throwing disabled people under the bus. Speaking of which, out of the 12 new electric buses that are now on the streets, none emit an audible noise to blind and low vision members of our community. This is another massive safety concern that needs to be addressed. Our panel are committed to climate change, adaptation and mitigation, but we hope that Council takes a zero approach to ableism as seriously as it takes its approach to zero carbon. I would remind Council that steps to mitigate and adaptate to climate change that also cause harm to disabled people is called eco-ableism, and it is extremely concerning to see this in our transport and urban spaces. Finally, our work plan is aiming to move the outcomes for our community, bringing us out of the expected losses and to be seen as the integral innovators that we are for ourselves and our wider community. And for this, we are asking in Council's support to take our advice seriously and without tokenism. I will finish before I pass to Martine with a quote from Judy Human. I'm very tired. Tired of being thankful for accessible toilets. If I have to be thankful for an accessible bathroom, when am I ever going to feel equal in our community? Kia ora. Martine.
Kia ora koutou katoa, ko Martina Williamson tōku ingoa. I'll carry on with some of the actions that the panel wants to be involved in. Understand and advise on the Council's strategy for recruitment, retaining and mentoring of disabled people. We believe that Council should reflect a population it serves, and we know that to that regard there is not that many disabled staff here. We know that there are cadetships, scholarships and opportunities. I remember when I worked here a number of years ago that we did have youth cadetships and a disabled staff support group. So we want to know what is in place at the moment, and we want to support Council to continue that kind of involvement. Then we are keen to support the Council to understand and remove barriers to the participation of disabled people in governance. We advocate for Council to appoint Council-appointed entities to appoint people with lived experience of disability. Council is linked with many CCOs and other organisations, and even a sentence in the person specifications, such as lived experience of disability valued, would really step up to make it more room for disabled people to go onto these boards and committees. Most of us on the panel are actually in full-time employment somewhere else, so many of us are professional in our community, and we will be able to contribute professionally in the governance area. And to name another example, for instance, when it's local boards meeting, are we sure that all the local boards meet in accessible venues so that disabled people can come and observe in case some of them are interested in making themselves available for a local board position in the next term? Then another action we're keen to participate in, through our panel's activities, demonstrate the strength of disabled people that disabled people bring to create a tamaki makaurau that works for everyone. We want to invite councillors and staff to come in and look at how we host workshops, how we host our meetings, so that people can see that if we can do it just as well as others, then we can do other activities in the communities equally well, and that's why we could be entrusted with all the other things we've spoken about so far. The methods, we'd like to advise on the Disability Operational Action Plans, targets and progress. There's already a Disability Operational Action Plan, so we do not want to reinvent the wheel by putting on new plans in place. We'd rather promote that Council provides and strengthens resources and budget so that the targets can be reached in a timely fashion. Secondly, we have got a universal design body of knowledge. Please utilise that. Through our Universal Design Manual, we've got Universal Design Toolkits, we've got Auckland Design Manual, which have got awesome best practice examples in it. Council is facilitating a Universal Design a forum every couple of months. Please let that not just be in a silo. Please encourage other departments of Council to make use of that body of knowledge that we do have. Last but not least, we want to complement the expertise of other panels. We believe that between all the panels, we reflect the populations that we serve, and hopefully we speak from the same voice or off the same page, and we want to value that. And in that same voice, I want to thank the staff that are supporting us, because that is a huge resource that you provide us. As an attachment, we've got some very interesting reading that we really recommend for you. The first item is the a report by the Independent Monitoring Mechanism, which is made up of disabled people, the Human Rights Commission, and the Office of the Ombudsman, making disability rights real in a pandemic. This is about how New Zealand did over COVID. Lots of lessons to be learned that Council can look at. The second resource we'd love you to read was launched this past Tuesday, Where Will We Live in the Future? It was profiled on TV1 with great examples or not so great examples of how people struggling to live in inaccessible housing. Again, that report has got not just examples of inaccessibility in it, but recommendations of what central and local government can do to this regard. So thank you again for this opportunity, and we're looking forward to answer any questions.
So look, thank you to you both. I'm just going to hand it over to Greg to see if there's any, to see if there's any comments, and then we'll open it up for comments.
Thank you. And I'd like to acknowledge Elise, who also works with the panel, and Carol, of course. It's a great privilege to work with this panel, and the message that Jason and Martine have brought is around the celebration of disability diversity. I think that the panel is a really rich resource for the council and all parts of the council. And the message that I'm hearing really strongly is that the panel sees itself as intersectional, it sees itself as a bridging force. And that's true of the other panels as well. And just the strength of breaking through some stereotypes is really powerful, so that there can be accommodations of people in one category or another, but none of us lives our lives just in the one category. And so I just hear that message over and over through this panel, which it is an honour to be working with. Thank you. Kia ora, Councillor.
Kia ora koutou. It's my great privilege to have been working with this panel for just about 3 years now, and the panel continues to go from strength to strength, advocating for the rights of disabled people. And it's really unfortunate that here in New Zealand, we do not have disability legislation, which means that the rights of disabled people are enshrined in access legislation, only in the Human Rights Act. So when changes need to be made, it's a very long process, 2 to 5 year process to get changes made at that level. So I'd really encourage Council and the CCOs to use this resource of the Disability Advisory Panel to be leaders in this field, because we certainly can be. Thank you.
Kia ora. Just go through, and I don't know if you were here when Councillor Bartley, who's the liaison councillor, is not feeling well, so she's not here. So I'm going to go to Councillor Coombe first, and we've got 3 more after that, and then, yeah.
Tēnā koe mātua Alf, ngā mihi nui ki a koutou. Tēnā korua Martine and Jason, thank you so much for presenting, and really thank you to all of the panel members and the support team, and just incredible passion and input into the advisory panels. It's really impressive, and every time I hear from the advisory panels I learn something new. So just in terms of my partai, it could have been asked of any of the panels, and it's maybe more directed to Carol, because just in terms of recalling the input that we had into the finance and performance workshop back on the 21st of April, and something you said, Jason, that really struck with me was about there was no mention of disability in the climate action plan, and just there seems to be a failure of us to get that early input from our advisory panels into the work that we're doing as a council, when there's such a rich body of experience and knowledge and representation of a huge wide community across Auckland. And like you say, Greg, no one sits in just one box, and it doesn't seem to be that we're tapping into that. So I'm very keen to understand how we as a council are going to do better going forward, so that we don't develop plans and strategies without that early input from our advisory panels, rather than kind of at the other end of the process. So thanks again, and acknowledgements to all those who support the advisory panels and what you do. And I'm so glad that we have them for this term. So ngā mihi, thank you mātua Alf and Overlord, Councillor Cathy, and the liaison councillors.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you very much. Kia ora koutou to all of you. And I suppose this actually follows on from the comments about the lifts in the Aotea Centre, and when I rudely got very excited and interrupted Councillor Simpson about also our lifts at Henderson and Swanson. And I'm not sure how much engagement you have with Auckland Transport, but this is a huge issue to access our transport, but also our Henderson Massey Local Board. That's the disability access as a lift, you know, that's for the transport overbridge. So I think those are the sort of things I'm wondering, how much engagement do you have with Auckland Transport as a panel?
Kia ora. I'll start off by saying that we are a disability advisory panel to council, and it is our mandate to advise council. If we're talking about transportation, I would hope that council makes sure that that does happen. That's not our responsibility. I'd also like to say the lifts are in this building a problem. Only one person in a wheelchair can go down at a time. You have to ask to use it to be able to let out on the ground floor that's actually accessible. If you're asking for an accommodation, it's not accessibility. The lifts across the road and the car park right there are also inaccessible. So it's very
I
close
noticed
to
they
home.
put a lovely big glass thing around it where you can't get in there. It's kind of odd, isn't it?
It's also out of service.
Yeah, so thank you. And I think those are the things we will be passing on at our CCO engagement. Thank you.
I just want to go back to,
I just want to acknowledge that there is a public transport accessibility group and a capital project accessibility group that both exist within Auckland Transport. And I'm fortunate enough to sit on those groups as well. And those are comprised of disability representatives that review both the public transport in terms of operations and the capital projects in terms of infrastructure. And those meet on a monthly basis.
Do you feel that's very effective?
It certainly is. In terms of lifts, there's some long-standing issues, including the fact that we source many of our lifts internationally, and it's actually components that's actually the difficulties. But in terms of communicating that information out, I would say the communications aren't very good about when we expect the lifts to be replaced, repaired. There are communications that go out, but I wouldn't say they're as effective as they could be.
And look, there was a question when Councillor Coombe spoke, so I didn't see anybody moving to sort of answer her question, but is there a response to her question? And if, or do you want to ask it again?
So do you want me to respond? I think it was really directed at me. So it's really, the question was, how do we make sure that the panels are involved early enough in developing plans and policies? And we certainly try our best. There are quite a lot of demands on the panel and their work programme. We don't always have as good a visibility of everything that's going on across the council as we'd like, so we do miss some. And that's why it's the importance of our liaison councillors to help bring some of those content issues to the table as well. So the leads and the deputy leads and myself all try our hardest to kind of keep an eye on what's going on across the organisation to find opportunities for the panels to get involved with. But obviously the last year has been challenging with the delay in recruitment, etc. So,
Councillor Darby.
Kia ora, and thank you for your presentation. I sense a lot of frustration actually, so thanks for being honest about bringing that, because we need to hear that. So no holds barred is invited. I guess I do see a raft of issues on a daily basis as well. When I open my eyes in a different way, I could not walk down many streets more than about 3 meters with my eyes closed before I'd be on my face. So while Elise has got good relationships with different parts of the organisation, it's pretty clear that there's impasse in a lot of areas, or you're just not getting the cut through. So, in a nutshell, what are the 3 key things that we need to do? If I was to ask you, what are the 3 key moves that we need to do? What would they be?
Yeah, I'll try to have a go at this. I think co-design is a word that's often been overused, but before any major new works are started, please engage with the community, because it's very hard to fix things afterwards. And, we've done a very good job when our shared spaces were developed, because that was huge engagement. Many places overseas actually banned shared spaces because of the danger. But the problem we now have, of course, is this monitoring and enforcement. So the second part is not just to focus on mainstream solutions such as public transport, what works for everybody, equality. Equity is an aspect that's often forgotten. So when we say that make public transport accessible, we forget that there are people that would always need door-to-door service. They would always need a drop-off and a pick-up spot. So if we want to get cars off the road, we can't just make a blanket statement. And I think a third aspect, if I can sort of guess also, is to use the council's advocacy strength with central government. There's a lot of issues such as allowing micro-mobility devices on footpaths. I mean, that mandate is actually from central government. And I believe local government can kick back, hopefully will be willing to kick back on many of those issues. It can be not just an access issue for us, but a safety as well.
Martin, do you mind if I add one point to that? That was fantastic. I would like to add just one point. If you were to ask, what is the one thing we could do, and to answer your question around oversight, this lack of oversight happens because disabled people aren't in the room. The one thing that council has the power to do as Auckland Council is to make sure that there are disabled people in the room from the beginning, and then we wouldn't be dealing with these problems. That'd be the one piece of advice. Kia ora, thank you for your question.
Councillor Watson.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Sounds eerily familiar to the last one you made in terms of concerns, I'd have to say. And I wonder if you could just clear up for me, because I seem to be hearing two different things here. On the one hand, there would appear to be these like capital projects group and other groups where there's input before projects start. I as a councillor have just taken it as a given in any major project, transport or community facilities, just an absolute given that the disability considerations are a obligatory tick that has to occur. So that I'm seeing shaking heads. That is not the case. Okay. All right, Mr. Chair. Well, I've had that clarified. Thank you. I would just assume that has to happen. I mean, that's just common sense, and it's what I assumed was happening. So thank you for bringing that to attention. I hope that's been noted by the relevant officers. In terms of the report you referred to, where will we live in the future, research into the unmet housing needs of people with disabilities. I've had a quick look through that, and I know you have been very consistent over any number of years now in terms of the concerns here, and that was a very good piece that was on the news just this week or last week, whenever it was that I saw. One of the recommendations there is that the government sets a target for 100% of new public housing to fully include universal design, following similar initiatives in other countries. So this is not new, you know, they do that in Ireland, they do it in Norway. And I remember the commentary you've made that in terms of the cost, that at the time of construction, it's actually not a big cost, you know, in the scheme of a build. But I also do remember your comment last time that the response in government wasn't quite as sympathetic or encouraging. So my question at the end of that, Mr. Chair, is that still the situation with government? And secondly, what would you like, you know, the council to do, I guess, as an advocacy in terms of the council's ability then to try and move somewhere towards that recommendation, which is obviously crucial to, you know, disabled people now, but certainly more concerningly going forward.
Yeah. Yes, at the moment, Kaingaora's target is 15% accessibility, or 15% of their housing to be accessible. Now, it doesn't make sense in terms of 25% of New Zealanders have a disability, and as we get older, we want to age in place. Just the fact that a new build might not have a toilet downstairs will mean that you won't even be able to, even if you're not disabled, invite a disabled person to visit you. That is exclusive just by nature. So hopefully the council can use it's the biggest council in New Zealand, can use its advocacy strength to, you know, Panuku's got a disability action plan. Panuku's got plans for accessibility, and to try and push some of that commitment, and definitely to push up the need for more accessibility, really.
Follow up, Mr. Chair. So in terms, Panuku is involved in some big projects like Northcote and other places around. So do they therefore bring that to the table in their engagement with Kaingaora in terms of you know, where they're involved in some way in light of that commitment they seem to be making? In practical terms, does that result, or is it still tied to that 15%? They don't actually impact the sort of concerns you're raising?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't impact. I mean, I'm not sure. Maybe someone else will know about whether Panuku links with. I'm sure there's a link between Panuku and central government like Kaingaora, but it is still, you know, if you still look at Kaingaora's commitment, it's still 15% of new builds will be accessible.
Panuku is currently in 2 large-scale trials with respect to putting in accessibility standards into their housing. I believe those trials are due for completion towards the end of this year, and they have been invited to speak to the Disability Advisory Panel potentially in June or the August meeting to update the panel on their progress on those trials and what those trials will be used to inform. And one of the key things that they will be doing as part of those trials is very much tracking the economics behind putting in universal design features right from the beginning of a build, because that's one of the things that we're really lacking here in New Zealand in terms of data, is what does it actually cost? We have some modeling that's based on some very old data, more than a decade ago, when a lot of things like, so for example, level access showers weren't the norm, but now they can be. So they're going to be tracking the economics as well as how it's gone with the builders, how it's gone with the contracts. So they're going to be tracking it end to end and providing significant feedback on those trials. And as you know, they do have very significant relationships with Kaingaora, and hopefully there can be some sharing of information across the 2 organisations.
Okay. Councillor Walker, last comment or questions, and then we will have a break for 5 minutes.
Sure. So I'd really like to thank you for presenting, and quite obviously, as you've pointed out, things haven't changed since you last presented. My particular concern is I would suggest things are getting markedly worse. Just as a personal reflection, I participated in a disabled exercise quite some years ago. It was in the first term of Auckland Council, and that was around this vicinity, Queen Street and the like. It was bad then, but right now it would be absolutely catastrophic. Catastrophic. So, like my fellow councillor, John Watson, I make the assumptions that, you know, there are checklists, there are surveys that are being done, but I would suggest that that is not the case. I think this issue is of such magnitude that we need to have some form of investigation. We need to provide some leadership, and it's urgent. It's incredibly urgent, I would think, because as I reflect, we're actually getting worse, not better. And significantly worse, particularly given the amount of disruption that's occurring in the road space, but also the construction that is happening, and probably in many instances where there is scant provision for disabled people along the lines that you mentioned. So I would welcome your advice, not necessarily right now, as to how we could do that, because I think we very much need to look to you for the leadership, because it's not coming sufficiently from us. Thank you.
Do you mind if I just quickly respond to that?
Yeah, because I'm going to then, once you're finished, I'm going to explain the process moving forward in regard to getting the feedback, which will include Finance and Performance Chair and Deputy Chair and the committee. So look, that's important around that feedback. So that's the process that I've spoken to our Director, and I will explain that after you finish your comment.
Thank you very much. I would just like to reflect on that statement around the progression of our rights in our built environment. And I think those of us in the room with good conscience might assume that indeed disabled people are centred to these plans and that indeed we are progressing. And I think it might be clear to some of those who have heard our intervention today that that can be more difficult at times than others and is not so certain. I would like to say that the panel with our work program is 100% supportive of taking steps for adaptation and mitigation to climate change, is supportive of the council's stance around creating an accessible city for pedestrians. And I think what we're asking with our work program here is to make sure that disabled people are included as pedestrians, as citizens, and as people in Tamaki Makaurau. And I think that is the missing link of how we move forward together to create buildings, urbanism, transport systems, and our built environment that does not build only privilege for non-disabled people. So, kia ora.
Martin, Jason, and to everybody, again to you, ngā mihi kia koutou katoa, and thank you so much. So look, councillors and Independent Māori Statutory Board were about 6 hours behind, but it had to happen, and the reason it had to happen is because our advisory panels only come here once every 6 months. So look, this is the reason we've taken the time to listen to them and do justice to at least you knowing that we have listened to all our panels. So the process moving forward from here, and I've spoken to Councillor Simpson and with the Overlord, but also with Claudia, our Director. We don't want to end up doing dual work around the submissions you made for the long-term plan and get those duplicated with what you've just presented this morning. So Claudia will be working with the executive officer and the team around getting feedback to what you've presented at this committee, but liaising with Councillor Simpson's finance staff, so then there's no duplication, but there will be a process for the feedback. Whether that's negative or positive in regards to the feedback, you're going to get some. And I think one of the key things that I need to let you know is that there will be a distinguishing between central government, local government, but that's the feedback we'll get back to you. So we're going to work on that collectively. So then, like I said, you get something back because it's important about getting a feedback back to you. Carol, you are going to be so key with this. I want to thank you personally. I want to thank you on behalf of all of us for the work that you do with the panels. You know, I know how much work you do. So I just want to acknowledge you, and I think it's the team with you. And I don't know how many with you and your department, it might be just you, but I just want to acknowledge you and say thank you, plus also the lead and deputy leads of our panels. So look, thank you so much. It's been moved and seconded. I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? Carried. We're going to have a break for about 5 minutes. I want to get the next item done and dusted before we go to lunch. And it's because we've got some members of the public who will be here. So we'll just have a 5-minute break and then we'll be back again. Thank you. is aware as to what's going to happen from here. We will be in regards to what happens. So we move now to item 9. So all yours, my mate. Just before you start, Councillor Casey will move and I will second this particular one.
Oh, there's the thingy.
As His Worship the Mayor's left. So that's just been moved to be presented, so thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Catherine George tōku ingoa, and I have the great privilege to be the funding advisor who looks after the Regional Arts and Culture Grants Program. The Regional Arts and Culture Grants Program, through this committee, provides over $1.1 million in funding to arts organisations all over Auckland each year. So 1920 financial year, bit of a one, right? So COVID obviously has really impacted the arts community, but the arts community is nothing if not creative and innovative and resilient. And I'm really pleased to be able to say that out of all the grants approved last year, only one program that was an exhibition hasn't gone ahead. So all of the others either went online or have been delayed. Some of them are still going and still happening. So while there's been a lot of bad news, there's a lot of really great news as well. And as some of you know, I could sit here and talk about the benefits of the arts for ages, but I think it'll be much more interesting for you to hear from the people who can actually tell you about the tangible benefits of the funding that you approve. So I've got two presentations today. The first one is from Show Me Shorts Film Festival. We've got Mark here. This is they receive a strategic relationship grant, which is the multi-year funding that you provide. And then after that, we will have Jules and Takunda from Action Education presenting on Word, the Frontline Spoken Poetry Program. So I'm going to hand over to Mark.
Kia ora koutou, ko Mark Gribble tōku ingoa. I'm with Show Me Shorts Film Festival, which is Aotearoa's leading short film festival. Each October, we showcase a mixture of the very best short films from New Zealand filmmakers, as well as giving the public an opportunity to see international films that they would not otherwise have the chance to see. Let's start by taking a look at the trailer from last year's festival to give you an idea of what it's all about.
Are you serious? Come here. Calm down.
This ain't no summer thing. This ain't no summer
Thank you. Great, here's the PowerPoint. Fantastic. So over the last 15 years, Show Me Shorts has grown from one weekend of screenings in a single cinema to over 100 screenings at 30 cinemas around the country. These range from the biggest, most glamorous cinemas we have to tiny community venues in remote rural towns. This one's in Stewart Island. Our major events like the opening night and awards ceremony bring audiences, filmmakers, service providers and film organisations from across the region and sector together to celebrate short films. We are Academy Awards accredited, which means that the winners of our 2 main awards become eligible to submit their films to the Oscars. But one of the things that sets Show Me Shorts aside from other festivals is the depth of our regional reach. We screen at 10 Auckland venues, sharing culturally diverse programs with communities in Auckland Central, Orake, Titirangi, Matakana, Kingsland, Devonport, Takapuna, Waiheke Island, and my personal favourite, Aotea, Great Barrier Island. In some communities, we are the only festival of any kind that reaches them. The cost of delivering a screening at a small community venue is virtually identical to the costs of delivering that program at an inner city multiplex. But the size of the seating capacity and the ticket price they can offer means those screenings will never pay for themselves. They're only viable with the support of funding partners like Auckland Council, who share our belief that art is for everyone. During the festival, we present Q&As with filmmakers either visiting from other countries or from New Zealand. We run script development programs that help the next range of filmmakers and short films get through to production at the highest possible quality. These have included, we also run one-off masterclasses and industry events to help upskill filmmakers. These have included high-profile international guests from Venice Film Festival, the London Short Film Festival, Sapporo Film Festival in Japan, and the Sesame Workshop from America. This one resulted in 4 New Zealand filmmakers being commissioned to make 1-minute films that screened in the 50th season of Sesame Street to a worldwide audience of millions. During the autumn and winter months, we stage short film nights that each focus on a particular country or cultural grouping. These have included films from Germany, Portugal, Quebec, Palestine, Italy, Indonesia, and Iranian women, to name a few. These events let us reach out into the communities affiliated with those regions and create accessible opportunities to celebrate and share their culture. We also offer special school screenings of our whānau-friendly section, and are currently pilot testing a filmmaking guide for teachers for intermediate and high school age students. This was another project which was supported by Auckland Council with a project grant. That was meant to happen last year, but delayed for obvious reasons, but has just started these last couple of weeks. COVID-19 certainly presented a few challenges last year. Our opening night had to be separated into 3 zones of the ASB Waterfront Theatre with 80 people in each, separated by perspex. But we still managed to go ahead and deliver world premiere films and an unforgettable experience for those who could come. Although I see he stepped out now, I would also like to recognise Mayor Goff and the support he's given over many years, speaking at our events and attending in person, which does really add to the mana of the event and the mahi of all the filmmakers whose work does appear. So, although we did have a lot of challenges last year, we got through it, and with the support of Auckland Council, and particularly as a multi-year grant, we're able to make plans and adapt to the challenging environment that we had. There are a lot of funders in New Zealand who will give you money for a very specific purpose, such as upgrading a computer or paying for some specific marketing costs. Auckland Council, through the grants of this program, are one of the few funders that happily covers operating costs. If we know our key costs are covered, particularly over a multi-year period, it has a massive impact on the ambition and scale of what we can offer. We're a very small team. We have only 2 permanent employees and a handful of contractors who come in for particular projects and about 30 volunteers. But the money that you offer us goes a really long way. So the security of what you offer, that investment makes the festival happen, and it means that we can focus any additional resources that we get from other funders or special projects. Those can be used to fund high value events and try new things with a manageable level of risk. For those of you who have attended some of our events, thank you. It's great to see some familiar faces. For those of you who haven't, opening night is 1st of October. Put it in your diary. You will all get invitations and we'd love to see you there. Thank you. That's the end of my presentation.
Mark, look, I just wanted to, firstly also just, I know Garth was here with you, so look, just please apologise, but I know that he would have been still here. But look, just want to say thank you. I'm going to get some questions and comments at the same time for you. And the first is Councillor Casey.
Mark, thanks for coming today. I just wanted to talk about going to the Scottish Film Night at the Kingslander. Right. It was amazing. I have to say, 6 short films from Scotland and then questions. I saw a movie, Boys' Night Out by James Price, first of 6. It was absolutely sensational. I haven't seen anything like it. I'd love to see it again. So just when I saw the Pahutakawa come up as the sponsor, I was very proud. So definitely brilliant work. Love it. Loved it. And I'm not biased in the least.
Thank you, Councillor Casey. So if there's no further, Mark, on behalf of all of us, thank you. And all the best, and especially around the funding that you receive. Thank you, Mark.
Segment was Christine Benson.
Tēnā korua, Julia, and please introduce yourselves. Catherine, I'll get them for yours.
So just press that button, the talk button, to contact you.
Kia ora, ngā mihi nunui ki a koutou I tēnei ahi ko Julia tōku ingoa. He urio o Tiroroa mō te wānui o tānei mahuta. I mahi ana au kei Action Education. My name is Jules. I am from Tiroroa, iwi, but I'm based here in Tāmaki, and I am the funding coordinator for Action Education.
Kia ora, moro e kwa mrime sendangati na kungoko kwazi sa ene mtauro wangu. Semshona tika zelu zino tau simunu anomira ega so yone muri nomira kumashuri kwako. Kia ora, my name is Tapundam Rondia, and I am a current student at the University of Auckland, studying a Bachelor of Laws in conjunction with a degree in Te Reo Māori and sociology. And I've been doing work with Action Education since the end of my high school career in 2019, and continue to work with them currently as well.
Yeah. Kia ora. So yeah, thank you for having us. I am not a poet. We work with many young poets throughout the town. So I wrote some stuff down here. So yeah, Action Education is a leading youth development organisation based here in Tāmaki. We were established in 1981, and we work with about 11,000 young people, predominantly in Auckland, every year. We use spoken word poetry as a creative platform to engage young people in youth development processes. Our mission is to inspire, grow and connect current and future leaders. We believe that creativity is necessary and that self-expression is fundamental to our well-being and development. Our programs provide tools and resources to help young people to build self-confidence and resilience, to help them shape their identity in the context of their whānau and communities and become positive contributors to society. The real magic of our programs is how they weave together such rich layers of diversity. Every year, our participants are incredibly diverse in terms of culture, faith, worldview, gender, sexuality, and socio-economic backgrounds. We believe that it's through shared stories our programs can break down stereotypes and give young people a craft to express their voice, particularly those that are marginalised with our communities. So yeah, we work throughout Tāmaki Makaurau and Tai Tōkiro. We run spoken word workshops in schools, marae, community centres, youth justice facilities and care and protection facilities. We have community stand-up poetry nights that are attended by young people, whānau, teachers. And we are here to talk about our flagship program, which is Word the Front Line. No. Yep. Solid. So we're a small team. There's only 5 of us. Recently, who's not up there, we've been joined by Manaia Tūwhare, who is the granddaughter of Hone Tūwhare, the revered poet from Aotearoa. So yeah, it's a small team, but we have huge output and we really love what we do. We're funded every year and have been since 2016 to run With the Frontline, and we are very grateful for your support. With the Frontline originally started with 27 young people, and now we have about 220 young people involved every year. In February every year, about 44 teams register, which is around 220 young people. From there, we take 16 teams from the regional heats and take them on a year-long journey. They're coupled with established poets and artists from Tāmaki, people from the South Auckland Poets community who mentor them and coach them. We take them on workshops, we take them on a noho marae, and at the end of it, it culminates in our semi-finals and our finals, which are held at the town hall. Yeah, that's enough from me. I just really want to thank you all for your support over the years. Yeah, like Mark before, operating costs are something that are important for us to keep doing the mahi that we do. I also want to acknowledge some familiar faces in here who have sat on local boards who fund our workshops, because without the workshops, young people wouldn't have been introduced into spoken word, and then they wouldn't have probably ended up in this cool program. Yeah, but I'm handing it over to Takonda.
Hey, so I'm going to talk a bit about my experiences having done Word the Frontline in 2018 and then 2019. I come from a place where the Indigenous people say, Vānando hupenyu yenika, that is to say that young people are the very life force of our societies. And if we believe that art imitates life or life imitates art, I think that it's critical to understand that our youth and art are two things which can't be separated from one another, and to not fuel and support those things is to drain the very life force of our communities. So I think that things like Word the Frontline are vital to building the communities of our young people. For me, it has meant when I first begun in 2018, and one of the videos of me doing spoken word poetry went up online and was able to garner a lot of attention, and it was both an honour. It's an honour to be listened to by a community of adults, but it is an even greater honour to feel heard, and I think that that's a vitality to what our young people need today. And coming outside of high school, what that has meant for me is I've been able to build a career out of spoken word poetry, being a creative director for Google, which has been one of the greatest blessings for me, being able to share my art form and what I am truly passionate about. And in this city, having a fantastic community of people and young adults I feel that I can trust, and a lot of my other young friends can trust as well. So yeah, I wanted to close by sharing a poem with you that I wrote and first shared with the Frontline. So I will now bring that to this space for you as well. Ndisati ndatombozvarwa panga patoiswa ropa nesimba kumashure kwezvese zvinondifambisa. Saka mungatisei kuti vanhu vedu havasi zvese zvinoshamisa. Birthed from the village of Shurugwi, my people would tell stories of Ngozi, the avenging people, cloaked from crown to soul in the skins of past wildlife, faces dusted white in upu, teeth, bones, feathers, and fibers bejeweled around their necks like medallions. You could never quite tell if they were more muti or mono, more foliage or figure. Ngozi spoke in whispers to the forebearers who told them how to heal the land and how to bring healing over the people. The best translation given in a tongue that is not my own is Ngozi, meaning witch doctor, or Ngozi, meaning wizard. Do you see it? How imperial tongues spit and spin the possibility of Africans being able to bring healing over themselves into a feat of mythology. Do you see it? God forbid the Africans do anything for themselves, so where are our white saviors, our developmental deities, our diasporic children who are taught they need to go learn Western values in order to come back and save their homelands? Do you see it? How assimilation is a tool for white preservation. We don't believe in Ngozi anymore. We believe in Cape to Cairo, the UN and UNICEF civilizing and modernizing being looted, then apologizing. Sub-Saharan borders stay bursting and burning, but the arsonists are here to put out the fire, firing their cannons through their world vision lens, poised and grinning with children turning carcass draped over their shoulders, dissociated from the colored bodies that add depth to the photo, with skeletons crumbling to odor in this industrial toxic tourist machine, but fumes and no reason to close your eyes, so stay smiling. Dissolving corneas almost look like crying, almost look like empathy. Chokwadi vakatora nyika dzedu ndimi makazvitanga. Asi kana tese tabigwa tichatarisa kudenga tichauchidzwa kuti sezuva Africa inoramba ichisimuka. Do you hear it? How the allies began shouting, but the Ngozi stayed whispering, and I believe this to be the tune we've become tone deaf to. We don't believe in Ngozi anymore. But remember, you can never quite tell if they are more moti or mono, more foliage or figure. So look around, because Ngozi have always been standing right behind you. Thank you.
Thank you, Takunda. I am so lucky to work in a space where I'm inspired every day by people like you. Yeah. Also, a mahi to Catherine for supporting us, particularly last year when COVID happened and we were concerned about what our program would look like. We still managed to do it, even though that looked like a remote setting. And in fact, it opened up the program and the poems to be seen by people from all around the country instead of in the venue. So that was kind of cool. So yeah, thank you all for having us.
Councillor Watson, I don't know if there's any others. So Councillor Watson, you will be it, and then I'm going to, sorry John, just want to let you know, then I'm going to ask before Matua Kake thanks you both. I just want to say one thing and then I'll hand it to him. Councillor Watson.
Yeah, thanks. Just a question on your on this, word the front line. You mentioned up there there's 5 months of mentoring for the participants, and you perhaps covered that. So that mentoring comes from some of the poets you mentioned, does it? And is that does that involve the schools, like teachers within the schools as well as part of that mentoring, or is it just purely the outside poets coming in to help out?
Yes, we actually kick off the whole program kicks off before the auditions. They kick off by us having a teachers' night. So we work with teachers and we provide them a free resource about how they can introduce spoken word poetry into their school and support young people that are interested in that area. So we work closely alongside the teachers, and then the mentors are not the teachers, but they're members of the arts community who are established poets.
Okay, so in terms of the wider benefit, then I guess you're almost encouraging the teachers to make that part of their curriculum, so the area of benefit goes beyond just the participants. They're then going to, to the classes as a whole.
Yeah, that's it. So we run about 350 workshops a year throughout Auckland schools, introducing spoken word poetry. It's not part of the curriculum, but it is something that we're developing. We have a resource that we update every year, and so we're working again to align it to the curriculum so it can be a way for young people to engage in this craft. I think in terms of the arts, it's one of the most accessible crafts because you literally only need a pad and a piece of paper. So in terms of access to arts, spoken word is awesome.
Okay, so final question on that. In terms of, 350 schools?
350 workshops a year in about 54 schools.
54 schools. Okay, yeah. So when you say you go and do that, is that to the student body as a whole? Like, is it year 12 and year 13 as a whole, or is it just people who choose to actually turn up? And if so, it's starting to sound like a poet, isn't it? And if so, how are you finding that's getting received from students as a whole? Because it can be a hard job, if it's a big group going in and trying to keep them entertained.
Yeah. Our youth workers and poets are really incredible at engaging young people. I think that's probably one of the best things about our organisation is the level of how we've honed our programs so that they really are able to engage young people, particularly young people who, we've had so much feedback about young people who weren't interested in coming to school or weren't interested in the English curriculum who are now passionate about those things. We normally work with the English department or heads of department who select young people to be in those workshops. Yeah.
So before I hand it over to Matuakake, I just wanted to, Takunda, I just wanted to mention,
very first showing up.
I watched the inauguration of Joe Biden, and there was a young lady by the name of Amanda Gorman, poet laureate. It was amazing, her poetry as well. So it just reminded me of that, and I've listened to Amanda's poem so many bloody times. It's not funny, but just want to acknowledge you for that. And I just want to hand it over to Matuakake to thank you both.
Kia ora.
Anu rere tuakanau ki te tautoko ngā mihi o tātenei rupu. E tuakanau ki te mihi atu ki a kōrua, Julia me Takunda. Ngā mihi mo tō whakaaro tika pono me te aroha ki tātenei rangatahi o ko rātou te rangatiro o a pōpō. Nō reira whakarongo mai ki te tangi a te tui a. Nō reira kia kaha, kia maia, kia mano anui I rotu tō koutenei mahi toi kupu. Mahi toi kupu te kupu o ngā poetry. Nō reira tēnei te mihi atu kia kuru mo tō koha kia mātou te whakaaro, te reo o tā mātou rangatira, rangatahi hoki. Nō reira tēnā koutou, kia ora mai tātou. It's probably the best version in that poem that I've heard of, an expression of mana motu hake, so tēnā koe.
So look, the recommendation is something Sorry, look, Councillor Walker, I know we're just about to put it, but if you got just 2 seconds, sweet, and then I can put the recommendation and have lunch.
Just got a quick question. I know that does the Auckland Festival of Photography fit under this
No.
grants program? I know that they've got some funding issues, Mr. Chair, and there's some urgency around that. Is there any feedback you have around that, or?
Well, Catherine, I've advised Julia because she contacted me yesterday. I've advised her to go to His Worship the Mayor in regards to it. So that's where we are at the moment. Okay, so there's the recommendation. I will put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, mate. So look, sorry, staff, but we're just going to have a break for, 23 minutes. If we get back here by about 1:30, and then we'll rush through the agenda items that's left. Yeah, rush through because you've read the agenda, people. Oh, well, yeah, you've read all the recommendations and all the files. Okay, so we just adjourned. So look, we're going to move into our strategy, which is item 10. So Kataraina and Dorothy, if we could come through. Councillor Case, I will move the recommendation. Councillor Casey will second. It's now up for discussion and comment, and then I'll open it up for questions only, and then we can have comments. Kia ora, tēnā kōrua.
Kia ora, Chair. I hope I do this right. Tēnā koutou katoa talofa lava and noa ia. And we take the agendas full, we take the report as read, and we're taking any part-time.
There you go. So everybody's read the report, and thank you for that. So, Councillor Dalton, you're first up. Yep, you want to declare conflict of interest. Are there any other alcoholics?
Yeah, me.
Yeah, there's about 4. yeah. So Councillor Cooper's just going to have a wine.
Chair, it's Councillor Newman here. I'm sorry, I'll have to declare a conflict on this one as well.
Okay, and also online, if you just say it, please. Sorry.
Councillor Newman.
Thank you. So, Councillor Dalton, Pātai.
Yes, thank you. So I have declared a conflict, but I want to just ask a question about the internal report, the internal strategy. So not necessarily around the alcohol piece. Is that all right?
Yeah. Look, so my understanding, and I've learnt this many years ago, is that even if you declare a conflict of interest, if the question is around clarification, legally it's okay. And my understanding with your pātai is that of clarification. So I have no issues with that.
Look, it's an excellent review. You've done a whole lot of work in here. It must have taken you quite a while. My one question I have is, do we have any other strategies that are internal for the internal council whānau across any of our other policies, I suppose, or plans?
Kia ora through the chair. This is slightly unusual in that it's an internal strategy that was adopted by council. We don't actually have many of them. Generally, internal strategies are approved by the executive leadership team, but in 2012 this was an internal facing strategy, but it was adopted by our council committee.
I just have a reflection and comments if you want me to do it now.
Yeah, so look, there was another response to your pātai, and then I'll save the comments till after, so then when our staff move back, we can then debate it. Kia ora.
Thank you for the question, and thank you, Kataraina. So in addition to Kataraina's comment, we do have a number of other more operational strategies of how we work within council. So other ones that we're working on, for example, are a people strategy. We have work that we're doing around health and safety, maintaining the health, safety and well-being of our people. So there's quite a number of different items like that. Thank you.
Any further pātai, whether it be in the room or online? I haven't. Hold on, a conflict of interest, got that one. So it doesn't appear to be. So to you both, thank you so much. We'll then now get into the debate and commentary. So Councillor Dalton.
I read the whole document and I just wondered around, I understand the purpose, but I wonder about the effectiveness. So it was first adopted in 2012. It had a review in 2016. I don't see, I can't find that there were any outstanding or any good outputs from it. And it's had another review and it's wanting. So we're going to put something, the recommendation today is that we put something in there that's a bit more meaningful. I just feel that it's too high. I mean, the things that were out of scope, 3 of the points that were out of scope are actually the things that make the difference to this particular topic. And I'm just struggling with how this internal strategy is delivering the outcomes. And more than that, my head is around the cost the cost of the strategy. So the cost of doing this review and the review before, and a review that will come again, and where this actually sits as a piece of work that will deliver on the outcomes, because we've got lots of internal departments and relationships, CAED, Course Collective, Healthy Families, who are actually working in our space and they are delivering on the outcomes. But I can't see that this particular strategy is doing that. So it was really around the cost of maintaining that strategy.
Would that be better to get the information back to you?
Look, even just an offline conversation, and I apologise I didn't do that before this meeting today, but I've been thinking about how we're looking at what we do and where we might be able to have some savings, and I'm not suggesting that we should have savings in this space related to this topic, but certainly the process of maintaining an internal strategy at that high level.
So thank you for your comment. We will need to look into, I need to understand a little bit more about the cost because I don't have that detail, and we're happy to do that. The question around implementation is an important one, and we need to think carefully about how we implement that, and we would need to do that with other colleagues, including our team from People and Capability, because some of the implementation around how do we support the well-being of teams comes into this, and how is it all integrated in terms of a plan. So we will be having conversations with our policy team regarding their recommendations and what we might need to do differently in practice. I hope that answers your question.
Just one point about that. So when you're talking about the wellbeing of your team, so you're saying the internal strategy is around reducing harm amongst staff? Because I looked for that in there, and I actually think that it is a strategy around making sure that in every decision we make, we are trying to reduce, to minimise alcohol harm, not necessarily on our staff, even though it's an internal strategy.
Well, yeah, look, so I think one of the key things I think is no, because we're in the debate. What I think would happen is that the offline conversation, as said earlier, that will be the better way forward in regards to this, is the offline. So is that okay with you, Councillor Dalton?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Collins, look, my apologies, and I know you've just come back. Is there any chance, because our staff now have sort of gone back to the table, but we're just into the debate, if you want to send those questions through to Maya or directly through to Kataraina?
Thanks, Chair, and sorry, I was just joined, so my apologies for coming back late, and happy to send those questions through.
Thank you. And have you got any comments before I put the recommendation?
Oh, yeah, if you were asking me specifically, I do have a few comments, if that's okay, Chair.
Yeah, no problems, and then I'll put the recommendation.
Look, I'm really glad I've read the report, and I think the report is really good. The questions that I was going to ask was just kind of looking at some challenges, or I think some issues that were raised in the report around leadership and visibility of that leadership as far as this particular strategy is concerned. I guess the reason why I have a particular interest in this is because I think for some time, all of us have wanted to see the harm related to alcohol decrease, and so I'm glad that the strategy is being revisited, being reviewed, and I'm looking forward to being kind of having some form of contribution and some oversight of it. So I'm glad it'll come back to this committee. I think in the long term, or even in the medium term, for me, I'm looking at how we make sure that there's visible leadership over the strategy, how we might be able to support communities, and I know that there's discussion here about it being an internal strategy, but I'd like to see ways in which we can encourage communities to really understand how objections can work, how they can be notified of what's going on, so that they feel like they've been, that they can contribute as well. I acknowledge that there have been a number of stakeholders who've been involved in this process to date, and that's really good because it's important that everyone feels like they have a voice to all of this. So I hope that we really look to how we might strengthen the strategy, how it's appropriate for us to how it becomes more fit for purpose, and I think it's going to be a really useful discussion for all of us to have over the next period. So thanks, Chair, for that, for the opportunity to speak to it.
Yeah, whakatailawa whanana, and yeah, look, the conversations, no problems at all with Kataraina. So look, it's been moved and seconded. I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Item 11, the land exchange taniwha, and I noted in the file that the it's part of the objectives for the local board plan 2023 and 5. So I'm just going to get tēnā kōrua, ladies. Can you please introduce yourselves, and then I will move, and I'll just seek a seconder, and Councillor Simpson will second it, and to put on the table for discussion. So if you just introduce yourselves, please, to everybody, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Carole Canler. I'm the Senior Policy Manager for Community Investment.
Good afternoon, councillors. I'm Holly Meese, Policy Advisor in the Community Investment Team of Community and Social Policy.
So look, have you got any comments to make? And if not, we'll go through to the questions first and then comments. Holly.
We're happy to take the report as read. If you have any comments or questions, we're happy to take those.
Thank you, Holly. Look, I'll open for Pātai first. Are there any questions? No, there's none. So there's any comments? Oh, sorry. So if is this question or comments? I just wanted to make sure.
Just a question, Chair.
Oh, yeah. Questions?
Good. Thank you, Chair. Just on when we do these sorts of land exchanges, are there requirements around, you know, the number of mature trees and things to try and balance up the ecology? I know there's obviously housing outcomes here, and the local board is supportive of the direction, but are there other things we can put in to ensure we keep those ecological corridors and things like that, or is that a later stage?
So you, Mr. Chair. So when we look at a land exchange, there's two parts. There's a disposal of a piece of land that Auckland Council owns, and we do a disposal assessment. So we look at any ecological value that the land may hold. If there is ecological value, we will not recommend the land to be disposed of. In that case, there's no such consideration. And then there's a land that we acquire. And then the local board is responsible for the development of that new piece of land. So they may choose planting and any other development. Hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much.
If there's no further questions, just want to say, oh, sorry, Councillor Coombe.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair. It was more kind of a request, I guess. So I just wondered if maybe I could throw it in now rather than as a comment on it, because I'm happy to support this.
Throw it.
But just when we heard from our local boards yesterday, one of the things, the strong themes was around concern around growth and the lack of planning around growth to meet community needs. And I'm presuming that this is actually a good outcome and is contributing to more open space, more accessibility to open space, but we're probably not very good at communicating that. And I think there's a real perception that we're just enabling all of this growth and not actually doing any of the work that's needed to go alongside that. So my request is just, is this an opportunity to really publicise, you know, a good outcome and something that's supporting a community that's experiencing a lot of intensification?
Yes, and this is why we've got Claire at the back to at least have a look at it and to see how that can be communicated the more the merrier. So yeah, it is. So
Great, thanks. I mean, I think it's kind of like the package of communication, not just like this one example, but it's kind of to say we are doing, there's a whole lot happening to actually ensure that we have, community has the open space they need.
yeah, no, look, Claudia is acknowledged, same with Maureen and Claire. Again, to you ladies, thank you so much. Are there any comments before I put the recommendation? I will go with ladies first, Councillor Simpson, and then Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and I'm sorry Joe's not here. Sorry, Councillor Bartley's not here, because this, I think, is something that she would have seconded it in my place. But as her neighbour, for want of a better word, I feel very happy to do that. Look, this is something that has been assessed on our open space policy, and it's deemed to be a high priority. The Tamaki Regeneration Project is a huge development in the area. Sure, we lose approximately just under 3,000 square metres of council land, but we receive a lot more than we lose. So we actually get 7,693 square metres of open space. Not only do we get more open space than we dispose of, but it actually improves access and the functionality of two big reserves in the area, Maybury and Taniwha. So we need those reserves for the residents that will live in this area, and I strongly request support for those around the table. Thank you.
Yeah, Gilda. Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And just echoing both of what Councillor Simpson and Councillor Coombe says, is that I was asking about specifically trees, but in general, this is a 300% increase in open space in this area. So that is a pretty big deal. You get all that intensification and good, warm, dry housing for people, but you also get a 300% increase in the open space in that community. But I do agree with Councillor Coombe that we aren't very good at telling the story. We often end up in a defensive position after the fact if we get a complaint, but we actually don't tell, the significant open space we're purchasing. Even so, this is a land swap, not a purchase per se. But over the years, we haven't been that good at showing what we are doing, and we get stuck in the small portions of non-service land that we sell that isn't being used when there's great things like this that are coming to us in our communities. So thank you.
No, thank you to you both, and it was interesting having a corridor with Chris, the chair, Chris, the deputy chair now, yesterday, so very supportive. So look, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you again, ladies. Item 12, just a dozen, Draft Economic Development Action Plan. And Richard is the liaison for Auckland Unlimited. Do you want to move this? And then Angela second. Okay, so it's just moved and seconded and put on the table for discussion. And please, again, just to note in the file, you've been workshopped in March 2021. I'm just going to hand it over to Janelle and James, and they could also mention the people who've been involved in this particular action plan. Kia ora, tēnā korua.
Kia ora, thank you, Mr Chair, and kia ora koutou councillors. My name's James Robinson. I work at Auckland Unlimited, and working with Janelle Brickle here, we're the leads on the development of this Economic Development Action Plan. We'd just like to make a few introductory comments before we open up the conversation. So look, first up, I just want to acknowledge to the Chair's point, some of the other people in the room who have been involved in the development of this plan to date. We have Jacques Victor and Noah Maffett, Noah from Auckland Unlimited, who are the project owners, if you like. We also have our workstream leads sitting at the back there, John Norman from Auckland Unlimited, Tanya Porphyry from the Community and Social Innovation team here at Council, Nessa Carroll from the Strategic Advice Unit, Michael Boyle and Megan Howard from the Infrastructure Strategy team, Shan Maharaj from the Chief Economist Unit, and Denise O'Shaughnessy from the Strategic Advice team have all been involved in getting us to where we are so far. And they've also all been working with teams from across council and also all with representatives from the various CCOs within those teams as well. So, as the Chair has said, on March 24th, we workshopped the draft Economic Development Action Plan framework with you. And today we're asking you to receive the draft plan itself so that we can continue to refine the plan. And we're also asking that you provide feedback between now and mid-June when we're looking to finalise the plan. Just a quick reminder, the primary objective of the plan, as was agreed by the CCOCEs, is to define and agree the economic objectives and priorities as a council family and determine a coordinated course of action within the remit of the council family to inform the 10-year budget and work programs. So, out of scope, this isn't a long-term 10-year strategy for Auckland. It's a 3-year action plan for Auckland Council. We haven't included any unfunded actions. It simply covers implementation that sits within the council family. And we're also not undertaking an extensive consultation process, although Janelle will take you through the next steps in terms of consultation. The team, as I say, have worked across the council family collaboratively under the 6 core themes that we workshopped with you on March 24th. So those were Destination Tamaki Makaurau, Local Tamaki Makaurau, Skilled Tamaki Makaurau, Future Tamaki Makaurau, and Enabled Tamaki Makaurau, covering infrastructure and regulation. Just the final point I'd like to make, the collaborative approach has worked very well to date in terms of building a plan from the bottom up. And we feel it reflects a really good body of work. However, we're very conscious that this is still a draft document, and over the next 6 to 8 weeks, we want to do some further work to refine, to ensure that the actions talk to themselves and are expressed at the right level in terms of being strategic versus tactical, in terms of those actions being sitting in the right place within the plan. Ensuring that they're aligned to the LTP and also ensuring that they're aligned to statements of intent, which are also being finalised across the CCOs at the moment. So I'll hand over to Janelle now, who'll just take you through some of the key next steps.
Tēnā koutou, yes, so I just would like to take you through the process from here and give you a bit of an expectation of what you should be receiving in the final plan, which will come to you in July. So the draft is public, but we will communicate directly with those groups that we have engaged with from the beginning. And I'll just take you through that quickly. So with iwi, for those who have responded and let us know their stated preference for engagement, we'll make sure we follow through in the way that they stated they prefer. We will follow up with those we have not yet heard from, and the draft plan will go to all iwi, again asking their stated preference for engagement, and we will make sure that we follow through with that. The Tamaki Makaurau Mana Whenua Forum received a memo in April, and we have an opportunity to go as early as next week, again with the draft. It's likely that that will be considered at the Economic Po in early June for them to give recommendations to the forum on 17th of June. So that will all be in time for to feed back into our process. The local boards are considering the draft plans through their May business meetings. They stated they would prefer to do that through formal resolution, provide feedback, so we expect that in early June. Our advisory panels, some have already given us their economic priorities and input in that way. We've been able to go to some of the groups, the Pacific People's Advisory Panel this week and the Ethnic Advisory Panel next week. Again, they will receive the draft and can feedback as per their preference. Our business community, we have some networks that we're pursuing through Auckland Unlimited, particularly in the Māori business network space. We also considered the Future Now Summit priorities from last year in the development of this plan. That Future Summit is tomorrow, so we'll have opportunity to hear some of those priorities again to consider in time for our final as appropriate. You'll note in the report that we have referred to monitoring frameworks and that needing to be further developed. So we talk about monitoring in a couple of ways. One is in terms of deliverables. So we need to further refine, once those actions are finalised, who those owners are and the way that we will report back formally on the deliverables of those actions. In the draft action plan, we also have what we've called progress indicators. So those are more about the
the results or outcomes or impacts, if you will, of those actions. And so those will need further development to make sure that they're measurable and that they line up with other monitoring frameworks and measures that we use in other council and CCO plans. And finally, we've referenced also more work to be done on the guiding principles. So those guiding principles are transitioning to a low carbon regenerative economy, supporting economic opportunities for Māori, and responding to our communities of greatest need. We have had subject matter experts advise us to date on how to incorporate those principles in the development of our actions, but we want to do further work on those to make sure that we can articulate how those principles are being reflected in the actions once they're finalised again. So you'll expect to see a little bit more detail around how those guiding principles have been reflected in the plan. So as James said, your feedback is welcome at any point from now till June 14th, I think we've put. Again, in any way you see fit, probably best to direct through James and myself in the first instance. We do have our workstream leads here. If there are questions pertaining to the area, we'll just direct them directly to the workstream leads as they're very knowledgeable.
It's more a comment than a question. Okay.
Sorry, you might have already said this, but are you going to change Panuku development to Eco Panuku in your document? Because that's been announced. It was supposed to be Eco Panuku right from the beginning. So you might...
Through the chair, yes, we'll do that then. Thank you.
Now they can put the mic on. Councillor Dalton.
Thank you. Will this Economic Development Action Plan end up being reported back through the CCO Review Committee and then to Finance? I'm just wondering why it sits with PACE. I think I asked that question at the workshop and I can't remember the answer.
Yeah, did you want to do it?
Through the chair, yeah, sure. It is in the PACE's terms of reference, economic development, so we did have questions as to where this fits, because it's a bit of a tricky one, but we did decide right at the beginning of the process that it sits here in the committee. It is very relevant to the CCO review because that came through in the recommendations, but it is a little bit bigger than that. This was being looked at before the review came out, so that provided the impetus to get the work underway. Does that help?
And I mean, it is across council, it's just not with the CCO. And so, and I mean, no disrespect to what Janelle said, that this is bigger than the CCO review committee. But that's what, but I mean, look, it is, and that's why. But we can always debate it later on offline. Oh, of course we can. I think the answer will still be the same, but we can always. So look, I'm going to move through. Councillor Coombe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kia ora, thank you for the work. Two questions. One is in 2012, I think it was, Auckland became a fair trade city, and that was ushered in through the Economic Development Committee at the time, and I think Councillor Walker was involved in that process, and that was considered part of our kind of economic focus, and it just seems to have been dropped, or I haven't got any visibility about what part of council looks after our fair trade status and make sure that we keep it, because there are requirements that we're meant to fulfil every year, and I don't think it's getting reported anywhere, but I might have missed it. So I'm just keen that there's kind of an owner of our fair trade city status. Do we know?
I guess the best answer to that is we'll look into it and come back to you on that. I was involved in the development of the 2012 EDS, and obviously the monitoring of that sat with the old economic development group that no longer exists. So I don't know if that's fell between some cracks somewhere, but we'll find out.
I guess that would be my feedback too, that I'd love to see that incorporated into this plan as as an action in terms of like we were at one point talking about like making the Masters game was going to be a fair trade Masters game, and that all again there wasn't a champion to make it happen. The second question, Mr. Chair, if I may, it talks about there's the 6 work streams, and one of them is Destination Tamaki Makaurau, and I understand that, but also Auckland Unlimited now is also refocusing around, it's not just destination marketing, attracting people, it's also how we manage them sustainably, and that's particularly for our parts of Auckland that don't need more visitors. It's about how we manage them. So I just wondered, is that going to be incorporated into that work stream?
So through you, Mr. Chair, the Destination Auckland Recovery Plan that was developed about 12 months ago talks explicitly about that I guess that shift from a stronger focus on destination marketing to destination management, and that the actions within that plan are picked up within that work stream. We also have a specific action sitting under local work stream around the development of those destination management plans, with the first ones off the rank around Waiheke and Great Barrier Island.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, team, and acknowledge the wise heads behind you as well. Have all helped develop this rather complex and potentially cumbersome piece of work. I mean, there's an awful lot to it, and I understand the complexity. However, will you be coming back to us with a sort of prioritised list of actions that are immediately measurable, to your point, Ms. Brickle, that there is actually identifying things that are easy to do, medium to do, hard to do, quick response, medium response, slow response, and how you actually calibrate those. So will that be in the final program we see in July?
Something I guess that we have talked about internally as a team is that to date the plan has been built very bottom up, if you like, and something that we would like to do over the next 6 to 8 weeks is take more of that top down view. So we have been to the CCOCE's forum once, but we'd like to go back to them and perhaps try to some of those priorities and what are the big things. And I know that the 2012 EDS did actually have a list of priority actions that it identified, and that could be a mechanism that we could introduce into this to help that prioritisation come through more clearly.
I think that sort of work will be really important, because you're going to need to get traction quite quickly, and it might be the small ones, the easy ones that work for you to help build programs going forward further. But that's my commentary, Mr. Chair. I know it's difficult and challenging, but if we get this right, we can actually be influential in how we do things, but also it's got to be very, very real. You know, if we're going to live in a new world, it's very cognizant of climate change. How much is international tourism going to play a role in our economy? And travel generally. So there's a lot of complexities around this stuff.
So we're still on questions, and I didn't want to stop the Deputy Mayor. So Councillor Collins online.
Kia ora, Chair. Just 2 questions from me in my quick sentence. That's commentary, Chair. I'll just slip it in, as I really like what I'm reading in this report. I wanted to ask, and thankful that that they came to the Pacific Panel engagement hui on Monday. That was really good to have them there. I just wondered, at what stage in your process do you get everything on paper? Do you have the chance to actually stand back and say, is this, and ask yourselves, and those who you'll be speaking with, is this ambitious enough? I'm probably reflecting on the very sobering statistics that show that essentially Pasifika incomes haven't returned to levels since the GFC fallout, and we haven't seen them in real terms as similar levels in 2006. So we really are behind any kind of play when it comes to Pasifika communities, essentially. So I'm interested in what the process is and people standing back and asking, is this ambitious enough given what the narrative is in the document?
Thank you, through the chair.
I guess that's what we hope to ascertain through the feedback process for others to determine whether they think that's ambitious enough. We are limited a bit by our scope in terms of it being a 3-year action plan, in terms of it being council and CCO levers only. But we do see this as being a step in the right direction and something that helps us to do a few things but do them really well, so that does sort of lend itself to more ambitious and better, doing things better.
Cool, thank you. And just my second question, and this probably might not need to be answered because it's probably captured in the discussion, but just in 3.5 of the report and advocacy, I'm interested in the kind of who does it, when is it done, what for will it be done in. So I guess that's probably something that'll come out of ongoing discussions, because I think the advocacy to central government and other places with specific regard in the reports of West and South will be something I'll have a close eye on.
Yep, noted. Thank you. Councillor Watson, and I still got Councillor Cooper, and then Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, just a rather pragmatic question. Who actually physically wrote the report, just as a point of interest?
Through the chair, we all did. So each the Chief Economist unit provided a lot of the context at the beginning, so that was the front end, and then each of the workstream leads in their matter of expertise has written their sections.
Make the comment, Mr. Chair, that that's a very desirable state of affairs where we utilise the intellectual hardware of our own officers, many of whom are more than capable of writing reports rather than going out to consultants. So well done.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Oh, sorry to come back for a second go. It was just, one can just remind me what CCS is? In these charts in attachment A, you've got delivery, who's going to deliver things, and it have things like Council CCS, Comet CCS. What is CCS? I was trying to find it somewhere in the document.
Thank you for the question. I presume that will be customer and community services.
Oh, okay, good.
Yes, we're very happy to do that.
Sorry, I was missing, because I used to be called Community Empowerment Unit. Sorry, that's it, I've got it now. You're just moving too fast. So my question is really around the delivery agent, when you've got things like Comet delivering some of this stuff, and that's Counties Manukau Education Trust. And I know I've asked before, and they mostly deliver in Manukau, and that's fine. But what I'm concerned about then is that a lot of these outcomes they're looking at, particularly in the young people area, might just be delivered there. Because other stuff that says West and South is Auckland Council, is similar youth and education stuff. So we're just using Comet for South Auckland and other parts of our council for other areas. So that's attachment A 3.1, skilled tamaki makaurau, and I mean, I would have thought some of the stuff work with secondary schools to prototype initiatives. That would be the work that Comet should be doing right across. But I'm just a bit confused, and also about capacity. If they're saying here, do it right across New Zealand, it says regional and nationally in 3.12. So convene the youth employability Aotearoa system locally, regionally, nationally. Why are we doing that if it's our CCO?
Kia ora e rangatira mā. I can't speak too deeply to the Comet work. My understanding is that they aren't just now in South Auckland, and my understanding is that they're looking at systems change, and in order for them to be able to do that, they're going to have to work with the regional and national policy settings, because that's where the big levers are, and also that's where the investment is going to need to come from.
Thank you. And just is that really, it's been 10 years, you know, and so we're only just starting to get them working. And I have asked many times, and they go, oh, we're going to do work in other places, we're going to work in other places. So it's good to see they are finally going to work in other places. Thank you.
Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. One specific and one more general question. So in the report under 3.5.4, it says advocate for and demonstrate the potential of a Green New Deal. Can I just ask you what that term means exactly?
Yeah, kia ora, Councillor. This is something I'm personally very passionate about. It's about how can we create socioeconomic prosperity, particularly for our communities that have been left behind, through economic activity that is also good for our biosphere. So the new markets in the circular economy, technologies in reducing our carbon emissions, improving our biodiversity, improving how we use water. So all of these things are what we would consider to be part of the emerging economy. The Green New Deal bit is that it also has to create social equity. If these things just widen the gap between our communities most in need and the rest of Auckland, then we've failed. So the idea is that we tether the two together.
Thank you. And my second question, and I reserve my right to speak very briefly, where does the government fit in all of this at a general level? The government in opposition did fantastic work on the Future of Work Commission. There were beautiful reports made. When do we get to rubber meets the road time? When do we get some money from them?
I'm not sure I can answer that question. But at the workshop, we talked about the potential for our governing body to really get behind and advocate for at least some focus on Auckland. Yeah, our fair share. That's all we're asking for.
Councillor Walker, looks like the last question, and then I'll ask our staff to step back.
Mine's a comment.
Oh, well, you're in the line now. So if there's no further, if there's no further questions, look, thank you so much to you and also all the staff that are behind you leading this. And yeah, so look, just want to acknowledge you all. Thank you so much. So look, I'll hit comments, and at the moment we've got 4, Councillor Casey, Hills, Henderson and Walker.
We spent the morning listening to our advisory panels tell us that they wanted to be in early on strategies. I just want to say congratulations to the team who went to the Pacific Island Advisory Panel meeting on Monday and are going to the Ethnic Peoples Panel next week. This is ahead of it going out into the public arena. As you saw, both panels have economic development as one of their priorities. So it's just to say, this is walking the talk. So thank you so much. And as for Tanya, I'd like to bottle her along with H. McCardle from the Rainbow Panel, because when Tanya gets on her feet to talk about inequality, it comes from the heart. And I've heard her now do it twice, and I want to hear it again next week. It's sensational. That's what this is about. This is what this is about, putting those figures to bed.
Thank you. Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to, first of all, just because he's here, just want to acknowledge David Norman, Chief Economist, who is his last week, next couple of days. Just a phenomenal job in this place, and I found his personal connection with me when I've needed it, or a phone call or some advice, but also just the professionalism and advice he's given us, and
the style and panache that he has in it.
Our business improvement districts, presenting to them and just being quite, sure about the figures and not sugarcoating anything. So I really appreciated that. And obviously your input into this. Just want to acknowledge this plan is huge. I think it's so exciting to see something that is incorporated with the Auckland plan. You've got Te Tarakia Tawhiri in there, all the CCOs involved, as many departments as possible involved. This is what I love to see, and what I believe the kind of way we have been working for a lot longer than the probably public think. But I think that the future of the council group or the council whānau, to get everyone under the same umbrella working together for the same things, you were able to get contracts for big organisations, get all those good all the factors that we want, whether it's youth or Pacifica or Māori development, jobs. The Green New Deal mentioned in there is just like exciting. But yeah, I think this is an economic development action plan that like truly speaks to the whole organisation, but also the city and every corner of it. So I'm pretty excited that it's all here and the actions are clear, and we're not looking for all sort of extra bells and whistles. It's incorporating what we're doing and building on it. So I think it's pretty exciting. We're sort of not using very much fanfare with this, but I think it's a really good direction forward. And there's been a lot of work done right across council. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hills. Councillor Henderson.
Yes, thanks. Councillor Casey stole what I was going to say, basically. Fantastic. But I just wanted to kind of reflect the Youth Advisory Panel that we had just earlier today. And this is the kind of work that I think will be extremely important for young people in Auckland. I'm just really proud of it, and I think the staff have done an absolutely fantastic job. I really commend them. So thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Just want to commend the team on this piece of work. It's really good. I think the short-term nature of it is desirable, and the emphasis on action and delivery. I've got a couple of suggestions, and this, they just go to, again the short term. One of which is around energy, which is looking to be, particularly electricity, a limiting factor in terms of the circumstance we've got around Auckland, and that ties in with infrastructure. It may not be something that we have a direct control over, though I'd suggest that Auckland Council is the largest user of electricity, certainly in the region. And the other is just around tying in what we can do around housing, which obviously is pretty critical. And the last suggestion is something like this is great. Obviously, if you can have a few pictures and maybe just a few examples, so that somebody can pick up that it's tangible.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor Collins, before you have your comment online, Councillor Darby, did you put your hand up? Okay, I'll go to Councillor Collins. The ladies were unsure, so at least I got confirmation. Councillor Collins and then Councillor Darby.
Thank you, Chair. Earlier, similar to the what's been said by Councillors Casey and Henderson, I spoke of the sense of urgency with which the Pacific panel was operating. I just want to quote something from the report. The low incomes of Pasifika peoples result in a $1.8 billion gap between Pasifika people's earnings compared to the rest of Auckland. That's an average of $340 per week per Pasifika worker, enough to cover a weekly food bill for the average household of 2 adults and 3 or more children. I think those are really sobering ideas to have in this report, and it is the challenge, I guess, for the Pasifika panel in particular to act with the level of urgency with which they're acting. And so I'm really excited about this report. I think that there's a real opportunity here to work out what's ambitious enough, what's going to get certain groups, whether it's Māori, Pasifika, young people, disabled communities, the rainbow communities, all of these diverse groups that we've heard from earlier today, how we ensure that they're given a fair opportunity to really participate in the economic well-being and development of our city. So I think this is a really important time. I also wanted to make a shout out to people from your teams originally, Councillor Filipina, people from TSI, now CSI, folk like Gail Surgener, Anna Jacob and Tanya Pofare, who I've worked with closely during our times with TSI, and the ongoing passion and commitment that is always evident in the work that they're doing. So I'm really grateful for what's been presented before us today. So I'm looking forward to how we continue this discussion, how we will really participate in it, and the point at which we will all ask of ourselves, are we being ambitious enough? And I know it's a 3-year plan, and I want to encourage everyone involved to be as ambitious as possible, because that $1.8 billion gap that we have between Pasifika earners and those in the rest of the city goes to show just how inequitable the socio-economic standing is for many in this city. And there's way too big an economic gap in this city for my liking. And I see the work that's going to come out of this report as a way to start to bridge that gap and even out and balance out the socio-economic divide that exists in our city. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Collins. Councillor Darby.
Thanks, Chair. Look, there's a lot of content there. It's pretty dense, and there's been thorough examination of it, which is great. Probably and I should have asked this when the team were at the table. Probably my only, it's not even a caveat. Just what I'm looking for really is not just a plan that is good for Auckland, but a plan that is actually good for the nation and how it actually contributes to the nation. I'm probably searching for a little bit more in it that actually talks about how the success of Auckland actually is going to contribute in a significant way to the nation, and that's not just in terms of taxation receipts, and as we see, region strength cities around the world, they're actually not takers of the nation, they're actually contributors to nation. And maybe it's there. I'm just not picking it up maybe with the strength that I was expecting. And I emphasise that because I actually think when we talk to government about what we might need for Auckland, we need to always be prefacing that with what Auckland is embarking on, the new journey that Auckland is embarking on from an economic perspective, and how the future is going to be looking very different for government. They're going to be relying on this funnel of economic activity that is being channeled through Auckland that will be contributing to the nation. That's probably the thrust of, wouldn't say it's a concern, I'm just thinking it needs to be strongly emphasised. Thank you.
No, thank you, Councillor Darby, and everybody knows that whatever happens in Tamaki Makaurau has an effect nationally. So when you actually made your comments, I saw James, not one nodding his head, two, Janelle was talking to him. So at least we know that the whole team over there is taking notice of it. So but before I put the recommendation, just want to acknowledge you all. Again, with this work, you've heard the comments that have been passed by the councillors around this work. So ngā mihi kia koutou katoa. It's awesome. We're on the journey. And I just look forward to any more feedback going to you. I think it was the 14th of June, you said, Janelle, and also coming back to the PACE committee in July. So again, thank you so much to everybody. And it's been moved and seconded. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Move to item 13, unlucky for some, and it's the reserve revocation. And it's and Councillor Simpson has moved, and I'll take my name off and put Councillor Walker to second. And just want to welcome Perez and Letitia. So look, hand it over to you both, and as per normal, we'll then move into questions and then comments. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Perez Abdullah. Tako Ingoa. I'll quickly give a brief overview of the report. In 2018, the Orake Local Board resolved to redevelop the underperforming community centre, the Meadowbank Community Centre, by way of service property optimisation. We have subsequently progressed negotiations to sell the air rights and a portion of the residual land to fund the redevelopment of the community centre. We have subsequently found that the 29 to 31 St. John's Road is subject to an unclassified local purpose reserve. And in order for us to implement the resolution of the local board, we request that or seek authorization that the reserve status be revoked. And it's important to note, and it's in the report, that we are seeking the authorization to sell the air rights above the community centre and a residual portion of the land. We are not selling the community centre itself. So Auckland Council will still retain ownership of the new community centre, and it will be registered on the title that it will be held for a public work under the Public Works Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Letitia. Anything from you?
Nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll open up for questions first and then for comments. Questions, it appears none. Comments? Councillor Simpson.
Colleagues, if you've ever looked at an LTP and seen your project in year 8, I know how you feel. This project has been on the LTP, books, for want of a better word, since the first term of Auckland Council when I was a local board chair. And I didn't want to correct you, but the resolution was from 2017, but it's actually been for optimisation, but it's actually been something that the local board has been advocating ever since Auckland Council's been in existence. I hate to say this, in my words, I'll say it's an admin error, that it was never completed properly, the reserve classification process was never completed, but it's just a little admin error that needs to be fixed up so the thing can get on and get built and done. It's a great model. We, as they've said, we own the land, we'll own the community centre, we'll sell the rights above it, and it'll hopefully be a cost-ish, neutral-ish sort of deal. So I don't think there's a lot of complication around it. It's a really good thing to do. We need to get on with it, and it's been a long time coming. Thank you for your support in advance.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. And look, my apologies. I should have asked both of you to sort of, because so then at least we know that people aren't attacking you individually. No, that's what I mean. Verbally, but not in that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, so that's right. But thank you to you both. Councillor Walker, to close, I'm assuming, because there's nobody else for comment.
So I just want to make a comment, and I acknowledge the comments that Leslie Simpson made. And on my part, an observation, I would suggest that there are a number of locations around Auckland where we may own some land. We don't necessarily have to sell the land, but we can enter into this kind of arrangement. And in my opinion, some of our asset sales will lead us into a position where we won't have these options in the future, and they are valuable. So I think
Great idea, isn't it?
it's a great idea, but I think it's a useful example, and we shouldn't forget it because it applies elsewhere.
Thank you. Yeah. You're both finished? Yeah, thank you. Okay then. I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
Carried. Next item is item 14. It will be moved by Deputy Mayor and myself, and we'll just wait for our staff to come up. And if our staff could introduce themselves, so it's been moved and seconded and it's just been put on the table for discussion. Tēnā koutou.
Talofa lava, I'm Moira. I'm Portfolio Research Analyst from Eke Panuku. And these are my colleagues.
Ngā mihi o te ahiahi. I'm Carl May. I'm a Portfolio Specialist at Eke Panuku.
And kia ora, I'm Letitia Edwards. I'm Head of Strategic Asset Optimisation at Eke Panuku.
So, look, yeah, if you've just got anything to add to it, because I know we've read the report, it's up to you. Moira?
So I've prepared something and I'm just going to read off of it if that's okay. So the Franklin Local Board approved the sale of 39R in Potakawa Road and 17W Hawke Crescent by way of service property optimisation in March 2019. So optimisation by way of direct reinvestment will enable the Franklin Local Board to use the proceeds from the disposal of the sites to reinvest into an eligible local project of its choosing. Both properties are subject to the Reserves Act 1977, and Eke Panuku subsequently undertook the reserve revocation process for the two properties. So we received 7 submissions, including 6 objections for the property at 39 Awahutakawa Road, and we received 2 submissions and no objections were received for 17W Hawk Crescent. Eke Panuku now seeks approval from the PACE Committee to recommend to the Minister of Conservation that the reserve status over each of the 2 properties be uplifted to enable the Franklin Local Board's request to optimise these properties to be progressed. Thank you.
Whawhatai lava Moira. So I'm just going to open up for questions. There appears to be none, which is a good thing. So thank you for the report. And if I could ask the whole 3 of you to move back so then we can then debate it and everything else. So thank you so much. Comments? No comments? I'll then put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Gee, that was good. That was good. 15 and Papakura Senior Citizens Hall. Councillor Dalton has moved this and Councillor Newman online has seconded.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Yeah, and so it's put on the table for discussion. Nicola, all yours.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Nicola Terry, Acting Head of Service and Asset Planning in Regional Service Planning Investments and Partnerships. So this report considers that Papakura Senior Citizens Club own the hall and land at 8 East Street in Papakura, and they wound up in December 2020. Under the terms of their deed of incorporation, they will transfer their assets to Auckland Council. However, Auckland Council is not obliged to accept the transfer of assets. If we do accept them, they need to be used to benefit older people in Papakura and the surrounding areas. So we considered 3 options. And our recommended option is to decline the transfer of assets because we don't have an identified need for additional hall space or venue for hire space in Papakura. The hall is not in good condition and we don't have any funding available to bring that hall up to standard, which is around $400,000, or for the ongoing renewals and operating expenditure. So there is support for the Papakura senior citizens to distribute the proceeds of sale to other charitable groups that benefit older people. Papakura Local Board considered this item at their meeting on the 28th of April and recommend to PACE Committee to decline the transfer of assets, and Councillors Dalton and Newman were present at the meeting and heard that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicola. Questions first for Nicola? No, there you go. Comprehensive and understood. So thank you, Nicola. And any comments? Nothing online? Nothing in the room? So it's been moved and seconded. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Nicola, thank you so much. Item 16. And I'll move that. Councillor Casey and Councillor Darby moved and seconded. No discussion. I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Aye. Carried. Consideration of extraordinary. There is none. Thank you so much, peeps, after the start. But yeah, I just want to acknowledge everybody that's still here. And again, just with your patience around our advisory panels, but it was important after comments I ended up getting from some of the advisory panels just saying, look, thank you for listening to us. So look, I just wanted to acknowledge everybody here and those that were here earlier and online. So again, awesome. Thank you so much. And yeah, the 4-3. Yes, thank you. See ya. Thank you.
Thanks, Alfie. You're a good chair.